Can you guys believe it? We're at episode 50 of the Legends podcast, a podcast that was a spin-off podcast of a podcast that doesn't even exist anymore. So, rest in peace, Minox Nest. I'm your host, Jeremy. I got my co-host, Dylan,
Hello.
with me on his classic urine-colored couch, which looks more brown than usual.
It's the lighting.
It is the lighting. Sometimes, Joe, it looks like a sick man's urine, like the color.
It's just a light brown. It just, depending on the lighting, it looks different.
Anyway, well, welcome to the show, Joe Bongiorno here.
Thank you, Jeremy and Dylan. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for asking me. I've got Strider with me temporarily.
There, what a cutie.
Thanks.
Well, Joe, I have wanted you on the show since episode 1. And I did not know how to contact you for the longest time. I always thought, it'd be great if we had Joe Bongiorno. We could just talk about Star Wars Timeline.net and how helpful it is when I organize my bookshelf.
Wow. Thank you for saying that. It always kind of boggles my mind when I hear somebody say that they use it, because I don't think of it in those terms. It's just this thing that I felt obligated to sort of create one day because I wasn't happy with the timelines I had seen online back in the 90s. Mm-hmm. Like Jason Fry's, he had left out Splinter of the Mind's Eye because he thought it didn't fit. And then there was Mike Beidler had one, and he sort of left out the Marvel series because he didn't think that fit. Mm-hmm. So I was of the mindset that, what do you mean? This all fits. Like, why isn't this on here? I must make my own.
Well, how recently because I know in some of the Dark Horse and the Bantam and eventually Del Rey, they did put timelines in the books and like the comics, but like, when did that happen? Like, was that even around when you started Star Wars Timeline yet?
It wasn't. In fact, I used to send Bob Cooper from Dark Horse Comics, he was the editor at the time, my timeline, which at the time it started off as a handwritten document. Then it became a typed document. And then when I finally got a computer, actually it was my friend Carl who first got a computer and printer. I would spend overnights at his house just like putting it all in, so that I could like make a printout and then send it off to Bob and to Bill Smith of West End Games. So that was, I don't even remember that was what, mid-90s, something like that.
Okay, because I found it 2006 was when we actually got a computer that my family we could all use. And I said, "Oh, it's for assignments." No, so I could figure out what Star Wars comics I was missing. What was still in print, what wasn't, and then like how they should be put in order on my my shelf.
That was what it was all about. When I back there was a convention around here in Stony Brook called Icon. That's when I first met Mike Stackpole and Tim Zahn. And my goal in meeting them was to hand them this timeline so that they would know where everything fit, because Lucasfilm at the time wasn't including things like these obscure things. Marvel's not obscure now, but back then it wasn't in print.
Well, it wasn't even considered canon for the most part till the late 2000s, because I remember Dark Horse had the comic book companion. You remember that?
Yep.
And they put all the they kept the comic strips were canon because Kevin J. Anderson references them.
Right.
But the Marvel comics were in infinities forever.
So this was before the tier levels were brought into play. This is before Leland Chi. And so there wasn't even that concept. It was so there was the first question I asked Bill Smith of West End Games, because I used to work for, it was B. Dalton. I was an assistant manager there.
Okay.
And my job was to call up these companies and get reorders in if we ran out like early, or if we needed extras. And so I was the Star Wars guy. And I would call up West End Games and order, RPG stuff to come in. And so when I spoke to Bill, it was like, what's the status with Marvel? Because like I grew up reading those stories, like in 78, my dad brought me home a stack of them, so Archie Goodwin was what Tim Zahn was for a lot of people in the early 90s.
Mm-hmm.
So I never understood like why it was sort of being neglected, and it kind of annoyed me. So Bill said, he said Lucasfilm, this back then it was Lucy Wilson, Alan Couch, and Sue Rostoni. And he said they're like sharks in a tank. He said, and they don't necessarily get along or have the same views. So he said there are people at Lucasfilm that will let us reference Marvel, but there are other people who won't, who think, well, it's out of print. We're not making money off of this. Therefore, why would we reference or include this material? So it was a matter of that. When Dark Horse agreed to reprint them, in these, let's see if I still have them. I brought
a long time ago.
Yeah, these guys.
Yeah.
I got my name in these because Rich Hanley and I wrote introductions for them, which Randy ended up not using. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, yeah. a pattern, but in any case, no, it's fine. He's good. But so until that point, Lucasfilm's perspective was, well, if we can't have our authors like reference these things or read them, then we're not going to really include them. But that was always like my goal was, no, we've got to get Marvel back in, through hell or high water, we're going to get these, back to full official canonical, status. So yeah, that was, but the newspaper strips they were reprinted earlier, both Russ Manning's and Archie Goodwin's. And so that's why you'll see there are more earlier references to that material, again, because people could read them, including new authors who may not have clipped out the original strips, in 78, like I did, and then subsequently lost.
That's how that works.
But it's all right. I mean, like they're now in these gorgeous, I'm pointing over here because we've got these guys over here. But there's just some IDW did these amazing sets, and Dark Horse did these cool.
Those IDW sets are so hard to get. They didn't print them for long. You can find, I think, the first one pretty easily, and the third one's somewhat easy to get, but the second one, I think it's because it has Han Solo at Star's End in it.
And that had its own. Dark Horse did its own trade paperback of that, but that's probably now very long out of print.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was when I collected the first time. It was one of the last Dark Horse trade paperbacks I found. That and what was it doing? Oh, it was Jedi versus Sith. That's always been. The irony is I don't even like that comic that much. It's so bizarre because I had read Path of Destruction
first. Yeah.
first, and that kind of messes with that a bit because well, I always look at it as it's two different perspectives being told, because that's how you gotta look at that, because there's some weird differences, because it was, like you said, it's one of those things where it was so hard to find. They printed it twice. You had the trade paperback, and then I had the, remember the 30th anniversary hardcovers Dark Horse did.
Yep.
That was,
I have those.
those were cool.
That was a bit of annoyance for me because I had to go in and like page by page, panel by panel, try and work out how Drew had reordered it. And it just, part of me was like, well, why not just follow the chronology that's already there? Like, why completely switch up when things take place? I'd like to ask him one day. But I don't think he's doing conventions anymore, but, or at least certainly not Star Wars ones. From what he told me, but yeah. So yeah, that was my that was my first sort of like issue with Drew, and then him overlooking or ignoring KOTOR 2 was sort of my second one. I was like, oh, so that's how you're gonna play this. It's like, you're gonna just pretend that didn't happen, huh?
I've heard that. It's a shame. I know that there's a couple fans did. They took the transcript and they made novels out of the two games.
Yeah, a few have. There's a guy on my Discord server, Steve, who's doing a KOTOR 1 that incorporates like all of the surrounding lore, which is really cool. And others, there's my other friend did a video, like cut scenes and video game scenes that to sort of create a movie. I don't know if you guys have seen that one. I think is it called KOTOR the movie? But that's super cool too. It's a funny thing like that. There was never, for those who don't have the time to play games or don't have the skill, which might be me, to like get to the end of these games, or don't have the time and skill combined. It would have been nice to have had novelizations of these.
Yeah, especially because like other games got them. I mean, Force Unleashed got them. Dark Forces kind of sort of got some.
Yeah, kind of, sort of. Yeah. Agreed. But I mean, that's the way to do it. Like I would have made each of these a multimedia event like they did with Shadows of the Empire. And I understand why Lucy Wilson didn't go that route. Because it was coordinating it was such a monumental task. And not everybody like wants to sort of play ball like you think that they would.
Yeah. I've heard stories.
You've heard, yeah. And you'd think like Lucasfilm, being Lucasfilm, would have the final say. But it isn't always the case, with the licensees. So not to get anybody in trouble, but yeah, there was a and this kind of went on all the way into New Jedi Order. Where there were,
oh yeah, well, yeah, that's what I was referencing is the issues with that.
Yeah.
Even I think with Clone Wars after a while, because that's what your site became real helpful in figuring out what's the chronological way to watch that, which
thank you. I take no credit for that, for the Clone Wars material. That's all Robert Mullen.
Okay.
He's a super awesome guy. I always forget the name of. It's like Star Wars EU chronology. Anyway, I can send you the link. I literally just sent somebody there like this morning, so you'd think I'd remember the link, but I don't. But I didn't have the time to go back and do it all again. Like I had done it twice, you know, and the Clone Wars material kept coming out. There really is a glut of it. Like there's
it doesn't.
too much.
There's so much of it. It doesn't make sense. That's like the big problem. I'm trying to be polite here because I don't think all of it is the same quality.
You understand why Leland Shee eventually just threw his hands up and went, "I'll figure it out when it's over."
Yeah. Well, when here's a funny little story. Matt Wilkins Skypes me back in the day. He's doing the Matt's Expanded Universe. And he's like, Jeremy, you like Clone Wars? You like the Clone Wars timeline? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, what's the chronological order? So he and I, for 6 hours, I pulled out. This is when I had all the Star Wars insiders from 1997 to probably 2011 is when I stopped collecting it. When it became it wasn't so much. It was just TCW stuff, and I wasn't big into that because I was a little too old for TCW.
Yeah,
when it came out.
Yeah.
So like I just was like another TCW one, so I just became skipping. But he's like, we're going to ignore the show. I'll deal with that. He said he would deal with that later. And I had all these books, I looked at every short story that was in the Insider.
It was a lot. It was a lot before the show. It was already a lot.
It was full. I mean, it's so. Not to get too TMI here, but we know when Luke and Leia are conceived. That's how full it was before the second cartoon came out. When they collected the Republic comics, the Clone Wars stuff into the volumes, they had dates in them.
Yeah. Randy Strathy had this statement that the more you define, the more you confine. Mm-hmm. And so it's best oftentimes to leave things a bit vague, because then guys like us can come in and kind of massage and maneuver things so that it sort of works. Which was the case certainly for the post A New Hope era stuff. Well, at least until the 2013 Brian Wood series, which just...
Well, that's not canon. He even said it wasn't canon.
Well, at Legends Con 1, he kind of backpedaled and said it was. But it just doesn't work. It doesn't fit. Ironically, the newer Marvel series that came out in the Disney era fit far better, far more easily. Like if you were going to put the two together, not saying you should. But if you were going to, it is ironic that fits so much more seamlessly than the Brian Wood stuff did. But Brian Wood, was coming out and saying, I'm not paying attention to any continuity except the movie. So I don't understand, why, as fans, why we needed that when there are so many stories, untold in the EU, like the Exiles. We could each come up with 10 different, stories that we would have loved to have seen, but instead of 20 issue, recanonization of the post New Hope era.
I've heard that a certain person in the Holocron group wanted a reboot. A certain individual who I'm pretty sure doesn't like this podcast, and maybe one of the reasons Del Rey ignores me and has for years. And Del Rey has reached out once when my house burned down and Dylan said something. to Del Rey, and they reached out to me, and I used to review every one of their books that came out, and, but I didn't,
You know,
whatever.
here's the thing. So, like, if you're an anti-EU fan, like if you hate the EU, like a lot of them like will say like, oh, you just sort of like blindly accept everything. That's not the case. I think, as fans, we can be very legitimately critical of of the material that's come out, and recognize that some of it's incredible and amazing. A lot of it is, and some of it isn't. Like, so
my dad, who used to read the Bantam stuff to me when I was a kid, he's gotten back in. He's reading everything. He started with Dawn of the Jedi Into the Void, and he's reading all the novels in chronological order.
cool.
And he's like, "What a mixed bag!" And I'm like, "It's different books for different people."
It is. It is. I mean, and there's stuff for little kids like the Ewoks, cartoons and comics, and there's stuff for older readers, and there's stuff for different kinds of readers, because every writer applies a different style. I mean, you can't compare the X-Wing books or even Karen Travis's books, which are more military fiction, with like Kevin Anderson's material, which leans more towards space fantasy, or like Archie Goodwin stuff, which is just outright space opera, which is what Star Wars
so
is. Yeah, I mean, but that's the beauty of Star Wars, that it does allow for a multiplicity of genres and types to come in, and that's what keeps it interesting. I mean, I think, like, if you don't like, in the early 90s, when the Thrawn trilogy first came out, a lot of fans were like, we like this, and we just want more of this. So they were less open to what we're talking about now, which is diversity of styles.
Yeah, well, that was the you had your Thrawn trilogy fans, and you had your Dark Empire fans.
Yeah,
Two
you really did.
Very different things.
They were, and that stemmed from the two authors, not seeing eye to eye. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in that. Tom had been, the late Tom Veitch had been vocal about his struggles with that, because he did want to work closer with Tim Zahn, but Tim really kind of wasn't having that. He wasn't really interested, and actually complained to Lucasfilm about Dark Empire, and suggested that there be two separate sort of timelines. Oh, well, can't the comics be its own thing? And Lucasfilm was like, no, that's not. Like, Lucy Wilson was very adamant about, this is going to be one continuity, moving forward. So,
and then Kevin came in and forced the issue with Jedi Source directly referencing it.
Well, Kevin, yeah, that's why I love Kevin. I mean, because he was willing to. He was like, "Oh, this is what you guys are doing. I'm on board with this." Oh, so Luke turned to the dark side. I'm referencing it, and I can't tell you again. Remember, I was an assistant manager at B Dalton. I worked for Barnes and Noble too, and then later Walden Books. But the questions I would constantly get from people was, when did Luke turn to the dark side? What book can I find that in? And so I say, well, it's in this comic book miniseries, Dark Empire. Oh, I don't read comics. Well, okay, I get that. These aren't like your parents' comics. These are part of the story.
Well, it was that sweet spot era of Dark Horse, because I love that era, the late 80s, early 90s, where you had Aliens took off, Predator took off, and Dark Empire, and it has that flair. It's something. It was very fresh. It was very cutting edge for the
from
time.
a no-name company, essentially.
The only thing I can think of to compare it to, or do you remember Terminator comics in the 80s? They were done by POW.
Yeah.
That's how you don't do things. There's a reason that never got reprinted.
Right.
There's a reason when I don't know if you I'm a big Terminator Dark Horse fan. The Dynamite just did a Kickstarter and they're printing all the Dark Horse stuff again in metal bound
Wow.
hardcovers.
That's very cool.
Yeah. I mean, I would love to have the POW stuff just as a completionist thing.
Absolutely.
But there's a very different thing. Like Dark Horse, there was a time where they handled IPs perfectly.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, and it didn't quite last.
And no one's been able to replicate it since. It's just like
yeah, I agree.
Especially with like movie IPs, like I don't.
Yeah, it's funny how that is. I don't know. I don't quite know why. There was a period, so like in the late 80s and the very early 90s, in which like fandoms were sort of, I don't want to say run by, but they really were very sort of fan first. There were tons of fanzines that were out there, and there was a passion behind these things. So if publishers weren't going to produce new material, then the fans were. So when I think like when the publishers realized that there was this sort of upswell in love for these older IPs, the people that they hired to write them were fans. Like they were also themselves like serious fans of these things. Now, that's not to say that you can't come in, not be a fan, and write something excellent, because you can. I mean, we've seen that that's the case, but that seems to be the exception. Right. That I think that's more the exception to the rule. I think it does take a love of this material, and certainly with so much of it, to research. A desire to do that, to really read these things and go into it. Maybe that there wasn't quite that. Maybe it was just a job for later, like more modern writers. Certainly, I mean, a lot of the Disney Plus shows seem to be a case of they're just phoning this stuff in.
Well, that goes also into there's an agenda. There's a blatant agenda with you have to put these certain things in so we can fill our political leaning quota. And that's kind of how IPs have changed in the last decade, in my opinion, because I review so much of it. And you can tell when something was written in 2021 compared to when something was written in like 1993 per se. Like it's just a totally different approach. And it seems like the publishers just control things almost too much, where you have to put certain things in order for it to be published.
But a good writer can do all of that, and good writers always did that. So like I think there was always diversity in Star Wars. It was whether it was mandated or just part of the author's own sort of ideology or worldview. I think a good writer can easily, that's like a non-issue for them. I think part of the problem is they're just not hiring good enough writers. Like, all right, put aside, I don't know if you even follow any of the Disney Plus shows, but like putting aside like the continuity issues with the old, the old canon, the old EU. Like the show Obi-Wan doesn't make sense in and of itself, even as a self-contained story. It doesn't make sense. Like, what exactly was Reva's plan? Like,
oh, I don't know. What got me? How do you survive getting stabbed in the stomach? That
right,
killed Qui-Gon. That killed like one of
right.
the best Jedi ever. Is it that I don't know that they've done it twice now because I guess Sabine got
Sabine,
it too.
the very next episode, she's up and about and ready to go on this mission.
Yeah.
But then why have her stabbed through? That's false drama. That's bad writing. Because there was no need to do that. She could have been knocked out with a, she could have been knocked out. It didn't have to be a lightsaber through her. And it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that the very next episode, she's like, no, I'm ready. I'm ready to go.
Or if you're going to do that, have there be some setbacks and like an overconfidence, and like it leads to more drama, more problems.
There you go.
Like what always when Reva got stabbed, it reminded me of Ridley Scott's epic, I don't know what he was thinking movie, Prometheus. Remember when that woman gives herself a C-section to get the squid baby out, and then they staple her back up? And she's running around, but she's still like, she kind of grits with pain. There's a little something. It's not believable in the slightest. Because she's running a marathon with Charlize Theron while the ship is rolling in a straight line.
Yeah, I mean, like where are the editors? That's what I don't understand. Like, so you're supposed to have a team of people that are going through this and saying, this doesn't work, for this reason. You need to do something about this. Like, I just don't understand where that's gone.
Yeah, especially with, well, this is something like, I'm a big Alien fan.
Yeah,
I've come to expect this because every 5 years they do something different. Like the continuity in Alien has not been followed. Anytime there's a movie, they just change it.
Yeah, Dark Horse had to change that whole storyline because of Newt, and
they hired Steve Perry to rewrite it with different characters, and it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
See, I think, and this isn't with the shows, but just from what I've seen with the author choices in the books between the old and new canon, I think they have gone away from hiring classic science fiction writers to write these books, and that is part of the problem, because like a science fiction writer will look at the engine of a spaceship and like think to themselves, because they're writing, it's like, well, how would this thing like actually work? And like they would think about that, because they'd make a plot point that would like revolve around that, but then they would actually think to themselves, well, how would this spaceship work in this scenario, right? So they'll set the problem, and then they'll work out how to fix the problem, like with the internal consistency with the in-universe, because that's just how like science fiction writers think. They have that a little more technical background, and it works with Star Wars, and it worked with the continuity back in the day, because the authors would just naturally think this way to try to backfix the potential issues. But now that a lot of the newer writers that are coming in don't have that science fiction background, I think that aspect has been lost, and that's part of why we're seeing what we are seeing with the new canon.
Yeah, I can count on one hand the amount of times science was brought into a new canon Star Wars book.
Well, look at the early authors of the EU. I was literally just talking to Alan Dean Foster this afternoon, because we're both fans of Clark Ashton Smith and that era, which is why Splinter of the Mind's Eye has a statue of Cthulhu in it, because he was reading Lovecraft. But these authors had a background in the pulps, in space opera, in weird fiction, in science fiction. in fantasy. Russ Manning. I mean, look at who he cites as his favorite authors. Archie Goodwin. These guys were steeped in this material, and so what they wrote was like directly tied to that stylistically. That's why when I read Archie Goodwin, it feels, when I read those early Marvel and newspaper strips and Marvel series, it feels so much like A New Hope, because he knew exactly what George was doing, with that film. Now, when you get into the early '90s, look, Tom Veitch is now coming out of more like the new wave of science fiction. He's steeped in a kind of a different sort of tonality and type of writing. But that's what makes Light and Darkness War and Dark Empire so interesting. And that's why they feel so fresh.
And I would say that Zahn's still very technical.
Yes. Yeah.
With his stuff. Honestly, the transition to, because I feel like Bantam's kind of like space fantasy in a way. There's a lot of magics and stuff, which I love. I absolutely love, because Del Rey, when they got into New Jedi Order, and aside from referencing things that happened in Bantam, they stayed away from that. They did their own thing. And I think the last like true science like would bring the Star Wars technology and explain it, Matthew Stover. Matthew Stover, for better, sometimes for the worse. I love Matthew Stover's work, but sometimes it's like reading a schematic. In Luke Skywalker, The Shadows of Mindor, he spends like 2 pages explaining how a TIE Defender works.
I was surprised that he'd done that, because that is more of a hard science fiction thing. And a lot of authors have moved. I mean, that's almost like diametrically opposite from space opera in many ways. Space opera is about storytelling and characters and the adventures, whereas science, like pre 1950, late 50s, science fiction in its purest sense, like John W. Campbell science fiction, and Hugo Gernsback science fiction. Hugo Gernsback, who basically coined science fiction and started a magazine and fandom about science fiction. It was about explaining the science, because he was all into patents, like oh, we should we should make patents, because he was all into like inventions, like future inventions, like this is where we need to go, this will save mankind. And John Campbell had his own like weird ideas about where like a technocracy kind of a thing. So that's why he was into like that. Like we have to stick to the hard science. So it was weird, because Matt Stover hadn't been doing that in his prior.
Because
Shatterpoint's
a Vietnam book with Star Wars things in it,
and the Revenge of the Sith novelization is like almost Shakespearean, like in how it's like presented to you. It feels like you're reading a play, like with how it's framed.
Well said. Absolutely, Dylan. It does. I suspected he was just stretching his writer's muscles, like because sometimes you do want to try out different styles to see if you can do it, and how well you can do it. So that's why I think. But I think it does make Shadows of Mindor a little harder to get through.
Well, part of the problem with Shadows of Mindor is it's tying off a Marvel plot line, a late Marvel plot line. So it's a very niche book that was not marketed to be a very niche book, because my parents got out of Star Wars after Revenge of the Sith came out. Like, they were just done. My mom's like, oh, a Luke Skywalker book.
Yeah,
that's cool. He has his name on it. And she bought it, and she read like a chapter and then put it back on the shelf and then gave it to me.
we have this problem at Twin Sons because
Uh-huh.
when kids don't know Star Wars, right? A lot of times when they see a book, like they will judge a book by its cover. And Shadows of Mindor has one of, if not the best covers a Star Wars book has ever had. And so it's like we want to have it there because it's very tantalizing and kids will grab it. But then at the same time, it's like, I don't know if if we hand you Shadows of Mindor as your first Star Wars book, I don't know if you'll stick around.
That's always the fear, right? Like, oh well, if this is what Star Wars books are like, it must not be for me.
Mhm.
So I always feel like that first book is kind of very important for that reason, because we want them to keep going.
Yeah.
You don't want to give a kid Planet of Twilight. It's going to be
You
confused.
don't want to give a kid a
Luke
Fate of the
doesn't
Jedi
do it.
Apocalypse.
Yeah, you don't want to give someone I don't know. I mean, the Crystal Star, that'd be a good experiment.
We joke, but one of our good friends, one of our friends, Tim,
I know you
Tim
do.
passed away a few years ago, but his first Star Wars book was Millennium Falcon.
Oh,
yeah, that's true. And because he really liked the Millennium Falcon, he thought it was a cool ship.
I could see it though. That's not a hard book to get into, and it provides like a historical context, which I think is kind of neat. Like that, it keeps going back to previous owners. I think that's fun. I think that's a good, not a bad choice for.
But it's also a little weird because it's like, oh wait, Han and Leia have kids. There's only one. What happened to? Wait, two are dead. What? And they have a granddaughter. What?
That's true too. But if anything, that could get you to be more interested to find out, like,
and I think that's what he did. No, he read all of Fate of the Jedi because that was coming out. Because that's the lead in. That's my one thing I don't like. Well, I'm not the biggest Millennium Falcon fan, simply because like it feels a little clunky when we get into the Fate of the Jedi thing. It's very clear. I don't think James Luceno wanted to tack that on. That was an editorial choice. It's a little wonky. I'm just also, I don't know. I have a love-hate relationship with the post New Jedi Order and the books Legacy of the Force, Fate of the Jedi, and like I'm just not. I don't like the direction that went at the time, and I became more comic oriented during that, as opposed because I really liked Legacy. I really liked Knights of the Old Republic. I remember reading Betrayal, and I was like, okay, because it's a weird adjustment because I hadn't read New Jedi Order. I had only read Vector Prime.
Okay.
Before that. No, I hadn't read Vector Prime. I read Betrayal, and I didn't even know that a bunch of people were dead. And I was like, oh, we have Vector Prime because my mom got upset by Vector Prime and didn't continue New Jedi Order. And I didn't know why. She wouldn't say. And I'm like, and I read it, and I'm like, oh, that's why.
This was a pre-Game of Thrones, pre-Walking Dead era. In which you didn't kill off legacy characters, or at least, I mean, in fantasy science fiction, you know, in book series, you did, but not in more mainstream.
Yeah,
Star Wars is kind of like a bit mainstream in that. I shouldn't say a bit; it is sort of mainstream.
The biggest death at prior to Vector Prime was like Crix Medine.
Which people got mad about.
It's so funny how those are non-issues now, at complete non-issues.
He didn't even speak like a paragraph in Return of the Jedi. I get if you were upset that Admiral Akbar died. He's the greatest meme that has ever existed. But like,
yeah, right. I mean, Mon Mothma never quite got the send-off she should have.
No,
God.
she dies off screen between
Yeah.
at some point. It's like it's just mentioned, I think, in Dark Tide that there is a Star Destroyer named after her after she passed, which is weird that there would be a Star Destroyer named after Mon Mothma, but
Yeah. Yeah. Not sure that was thought through as well
yeah,
as
maybe it should have been a Moncal cruiser or something.
right. Then again, like in the real world, like weird stuff like that happens. So yeah, I can I can go with that. I can run with that being like an odd bit of irony there. But I in fact loved the Legacy of the Force books because they finally brought back Lumaya.
Well, yeah, that's the highlight. I'll tell you what, I like all the Alston books.
Okay.
Like Alston. To me, if my big thing with Legacy of the Force is it feels like three wills are fighting with one another. Well, primarily two, and then there's Aaron Alston. You got Troy Denning, and then you got Karen Travis is going to do what Karen Travis is going to do. And they don't mesh well. Whereas, like when they brought in Christy Golden, I think it worked better.
Yeah,
but I get like from a marketing standpoint why you'd bring those three in to do a series because they were very marketable at the time.
Yeah. Well, this goes back a bit to what we were talking about earlier. Like when you lose somebody like Lucy Wilson, like when she steps down after the New Jedi Order series and then leaves the company, you lose somebody who is a very strong force in the company to establish cohesion and continuity and oversee this whole thing. Rather than letting the licensees just do, because you have to let them do, to some degree, you have to let them do what they feel is marketable, for them. Okay. But by the same token, like you would never have had a Brian Wood series. You wouldn't have had a lot of the, the problems that sort of crept in continuity wise. And even like towards the end, like, things like Razor's Edge and Honor Among Thieves, like, which have no connective tissue to anything.
Can I sidetrack you here
Please.
for a second? Yeah. I want one guy I do other podcasts with, Quality Autism. He had a theory that Razor's Edge, Honor Among Thieves, and what became Heir to the Jedi, which is clearly not canon,
right?
They were going to be a reboot of sorts, along with Brian Wood, and that they're technically not canon with the rest of the EU because, like, well, Honor Among Thieves has like a big continuity error where Han's like, oh, that's a Nogri. How would he know that? Like, that doesn't make any. That's like a big like. That's one that I think a lot of people would notice because the Zahn stuff is so prevalent.
Right.
A lot of fans.
Yeah. That's yeah. I agree. I think that there's validity to that theory.
Well, that and Martha Wells said that the only thing she was supposed to study was Brian Wood's comics. This is what I've heard, which is why it references I believe Razor's Edge references those. But the Brian Wood stuff, it gets complicated because he's kind of remaking things like Wraith Squadron and Courtship of Princess Leia, so it gets real confusing.
It was never gonna fly. It just wasn't. I mean, you had EU fans going back to the earliest days, like myself and others. That I could see why they might have wanted to do that, but unless they were going to set up an AU, an alternate universe, which they could have done. I mean, that's that's not an uncommon thing in the genre.
They did it with Infinities.
Certainly they did. Yeah. So they could have easily established one. I don't know why they didn't just go that route rather than trying to like, because if they were doing a soft reboot, it feels underhanded. And once the fans got wind of it,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anybody that was happy about that. Like,
Oh yeah, it was for casual fans, and casual fans don't read. They just I'm not dissing them. They just it's not their thing to read Star Wars. They want to watch the movies, and then
right.
that's it, or watch a TV show. They're not going to, and pandering to that audience. It's something that's still a problem today, where they don't care like at all. That's my big problem with Filoni's Clone Wars has all these tie-ins that no one cares about. Invasion, no one cared about that either. It's very sad, but it's true. That last, I don't know, from once when all the big three series, the Dark Times, KOTOR, and Legacy wrapped up, it was like they ran out of ideas, and
Yeah,
it was sad. It was really hard
sad.
Although
Yeah.
I do love Legacy too. It has its problems, but I do like the direction it went in, and
hot take. I preferred to Legacy 1.
Really?
Wow, that is a hot take.
Yeah, by a wide mile. I can't stand Cade. I think
that was my thing
character.
That was my thing for a while, but that's the point. That was what they were going for, and
also it feels like a mashup of the prequel era and the original trilogy. Like politically, it feels like just sort of mashing those two together, but with a main protagonist that I just every time he's on screen, I just roll my eyes and say enough with this guy. And everyone, every ghost that's every Jedi that's passed is coming to him and pleading with him. Oh, don't do death sticks. Oh, accept your legacy. And he's like, piss off. I want nothing to do with you guys. And it makes me want nothing to do with him as a character, because it's so one note until it's not, until the very end.
I really think John Ostrander wanted to do more, and they just didn't. I have a feeling that Cade was going to come back in Legacy 2, and we would have had more of an arc, and he would have. Well, I'm almost certain that Anya was going to be a Jedi.
She wasn't going to be a solo. Karina had confirmed that at Legacy 1, which is cool. I like her character. I like her team. I love the artwork in that series. Nothing against Jan Dursima's artwork, because that's gorgeous as well. But there's something about the artwork in Legacy 2 that feels...
It's very fresh. I keep using that term. It was nice. And those covers were all beautiful for that book.
And the writing matched it. It felt like we're going back to space opera. We're going back to anything could happen. These worlds feel very exotic. And that was also part of my problem with the first Legacy series is okay, so we've got Twi'leks again, and we've got Mon Calamari again.
We got a Zeltron.
We did, which I loved. We got a Zeltron, we got a Nagai. So that was cool. That was, to me, that was the highlight.
And we had Vong. That's one of my favorite things. Yep. And that's my problem with the Del Rey novels, starting with Dark Nest on, is they don't really talk about the Vong anymore. And the Vong terraforming on Coruscant isn't really mentioned, and that always frustrated me, because in Legacy, oh my gosh, when they're on Coruscant, in like the first arc, and you're like,
Yeah.
this is what Coruscant looks like now.
Yeah.
It's so weird,
It
and
is.
they're using the Vong like probe bugs to when Cade's undercover, and I'm like, oh, that's so cool to see it, because we really didn't get any New Jedi Order comics.
And Sin uses Vong tech as well. He's got the
Yeah.
thud bugs.
Yeah.
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 That was cool. I'll
give you that. Those aspects were cool.
Yeah, I get the whole Cade thing, because for the longest time I wouldn't finish the series after his thing in Vector. That made me so mad. And I'm like, oh, he's just going to go back to being selfish again?
Well, Vector was a train wreck. Let's
well, yeah. I'm
glad you said it, Dylan, and
yeah.
not me.
Hey, that's the second best part of Vector. The best part being KOTOR. KOTOR is the best tie-in to Vector. I mean, Rebellions is just the most pathetic thing. What a whimper way to end a comic you've been running forever.
But the whole Rebellion series was a misfire. It just was. Like, you're dealing with legacy characters now, right?
Well, they shouldn't have. That's the big problem.
But if you're going to, look at what 108 did.
Uh-huh.
And how incredible that one issue was. And that's what Rebellion should have done. Like, okay. For one thing, it should have brought Joe Duffy back. And I know why it didn't. because Randy never liked the idea that she got the main series in Marvel. He had always wanted it for himself. But he wouldn't, and he would have gotten more issues, but he wouldn't write Hoojibs. And Joe would. And she herself was not meant to be the main series writer, but the person that they had chosen just kept missing deadlines. And she was there as a fill-in and kept meeting those deadlines with good stories. So finally it by default became hers. But she never got to finish out her arc. 107 was truncated from what was supposed to be like a 12-issue arc. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, this is the thing, like, so Dark Empire was supposed to be a Marvel series under Epic, and Archie Goodwin was the lead editor on Epic. Mm-hmm. So Joe would have come back and would have completed that arc. So, in an alternate universe, it would have been interesting to see if Marvel had kept the license, how Star Wars would have gone. To me, that's just like a fascinating, like, sort of like thought experiment. But like, so if you're going to do, again, like these legacy characters, why not bring someone who's really familiar with them in, and or even David Michelini, who's still writing at that time. Chris Claremont had written Star Wars. He was a big name. You could even do a mini series. Like, there were, instead of Brian Wood, who had clearly no interest in the continuity.
Well, Brian Wood doesn't care about anything. I'm going to throw hands here, because he just shows up in places. I've heard that his Conan Queen of the Black Coast is critically acclaimed, and so he may have that there, but
his other Conan books aren't great.
No, those are I've read those, and those are bad. His alien stuff is appalling. His alien stuff was so bad, I swore I hated a character until I read her in a different book. And I'm like, oh, this is a good character. And it's one of his. I had to apologize in a review. I didn't like this character for like 8 years. Because he wrote he wrote 3 different Alien series in a row. And like, they just got worse and worse, and they were like sequels to Alien Isolation, the game, because they had Ripley's daughter in them. Because that was like a big thing that they now just ignore that happened. But I digress there. But with I remember Empire, that comic was best when it wasn't the main characters and it was the
Yeah,
Imperial perspective,
yeah,
which peaked when they brought Tank in, when it rebooted to Rebellion. Or that first arc with the blonde rebel spy, I can't remember her name, that she had the thing for Luke and Luke didn't have the thing for her.
yeah.
That was, I thought that arc was pretty good. They did nothing with her character. She's
They
like,
didn't. The art style wasn't my favorite either. I wish they had gotten a bit of a different artist. It was a bit too cartoony for me, for my style. But I mean, what am I complaining about? I had to deal with with what's his name, who was writing with Archie all those years.
at the beginning when
Yeah,
Chewbacca looks like
yeah,
Sasquatch, Luke looks like He-Man.
yeah. That's right.
Yeah,
His name is
that,
escaping me at the moment, but
yeah.
I still fantasize, like, if I ever like win millions or something. Not that I play, I don't, but if I ever did, I would love to have those re-illustrated.
Oh, that'd be an interesting experiment.
Yeah, and
Because
I would also color in um, Death Mask and the final Pizzazz serial that appeared in a Marvel UK, which Dark Horse decided, nah, we're just gonna leave these uncolored. It's like everything
I
else we've colored, but
I don't. I would love a black and white Star Wars comic, like a no, like, but it's got to be tonally that it makes
right,
sense.
yeah,
Here's one from Tales issue 24, the Darth Nihilus story,
yeah,
where he gives that. I can't remember what the species is of humanoids that don't have the eyes, and he gives
yeah,
her those black hole eyes, which are freaky to look at.
Purge probably could have worked in black and white.
Yeah,
yeah. That's an idea. Yeah, you
per,
could have even done like for more persnickety like fans, you could have done one in black and white and one in color.
yeah.
Instead of just alternate covers,
Mhm.
that would have been cool. Like,
Mhm.
Yeah,
you know, like
yeah.
you see
Other
that with
comic
like
companies do that.
they do, and
Yeah.
even films do that. Like The Mist, Frank
Uh-huh.
Darabont's, you
Well,
know, amazing film. I think
mhm.
one's in black and white and one's in color. Like the 4K has both, so that's cool. So do
That's
that.
yeah.
It-
I don't know. I love. With this being said, I love Dark Horse, and I love what they did overall with Star Wars. It
yeah,
was the right fit at the right time. Unfortunately, that time passed under their tenure, and just things. It got really sad. Like it got depressing to be a
yeah,
fan of Dark Horse Star Wars after a while, because it was too many attempts of blatant money grabs, and
yeah.
it was really frustrating.
You can't
Um,
destroy your legacy that way by trying to bring in, because I understand, in publishing, as in any fandom, under anything, there is attrition. It's the law of attrition means that people are going to drop off. They're going to
yeah,
drop off for a number of reasons. They get married, or they have kids, or their financial status changes, or they get angry at some creative decision that was made. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why fans will sort of taper off. So you have to have new fans sort of coming in. But when you've got the quality there, that actually happens organically. Like, you don't need to make a big push towards that, because that's already happening. Like, the EU was growing.
mhm,
It was growing by leaps and bounds on its own. Word of mouth
mhm,
was already sort of doing that, because if you're excited about something that you love, you're telling friends and family who you think might be interested, oh, you've got to check this out. I mean, like, how I got back into the EU, because Return of the so I was one of those fans. Return of the Jedi had soured me a bit, for a number of reasons. It wasn't just Ewoks. It was the whole tonality of that film was off to me.
It's a weird. I'll go with you on this because Return of the Jedi is fascinating in how not to structure a movie.
Yes,
I love Return of the Jedi. It was my favorite as a kid, mainly because all the aliens. Technically, it pushed the boundaries of what you could do with makeup.
Right.
I loved Jabba's palace. I loved the Ewoks. I didn't even think, the Ewoks need to blink. Just one of the strangest CG things I've ever seen.
It just
how often do you need to blink? That's
right.
That's a weird thought process.
It is funny that he thought of it later on and then added it in. All right.
George Lucas seems like such a perfectionist when it comes to effects that it probably always bothered him. Like certain things clearly bothered him with Return of the Jedi because that's the one he messed with the most. I mean, the Sarlacc became a totally different creature.
Yeah.
I forgot her name, but he brought the actress who played Ula back like 10 or 15 or so years later to re-put on the makeup and to reshoot scenes.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's one of those things. When he did the '97 edition, that I forgot that he filmed the stuff for it because they filmed the Wampa. It's the worst thing. Except for I will say the Wampa looks cool, but it's bad cinematography.
The deleted scenes, had he fixed those, would have been really cool because then you would have had a secondary threat in Echo Base, which is the Wampas breaking into Echo Base, and then you would have had, which I think is a really cool scene, which is 3PO
ripping the side off.
Yeah, ripping it. That's right. He didn't turn it around. He ripped it off, and so that the snow troopers go into the room where the Wampas have broken into and are mauled. That would have been so cool.
Oh,
yeah. And Return of the Jedi also has deleted scenes that nobody has seen. This particularly with the space battle that he got pissed off about that they went ahead and did, which was supposedly really awesome to look at, but to spite them for doing it without, because he had said, no, let's not go there. And they did anyway. He just cut all of it, which is a bit of a shame because, you're spiting your nose to cut off your face a bit. But with Rick McCallum before the buyout, if you guys remember, because nobody does, they were supposed to go into the dailies with all 6 of the films and pull stuff out and make it available on Blu-ray.
Yeah, because they did it with some of it. Because we have all the outtakes with all the women pilots in Return of the Jedi, and there's the Mon Cal one that says he's going to puke.
Those were just drips of what would have been. He said something to the effect of like 100 hours of material. Now, I don't know if they were going to reincorporate any of that back into the films, but they were certainly going to bring them before Lucas and say, hey, what do you think? Do you want to do anything with these things, or should we just put them in as bonus features? But it's a shame that never came to pass because so getting back to Return of the Jedi, like even the scene where Luke is constructing his lightsaber and then like telepathically communicating with Vader, I think is a super cool scene because it adds a bit of the darkness of Empire into Return of the Jedi, which is kind of lacking it like a lot.
Yeah, there's the one scene I will say I like that they don't put that in because his introduction when he's all in black and he walks in that big wide shot and he chokes the 2 Gamorreans. You're like, oh, is this Luke? Is this the same Luke? Is he changed? And then he just acts Luke's kind of a weirdo in Jedi. He's weirdly stoic, because I didn't notice it until watching season 2 of The Mandalorian and then Book of Boba Fett with his interactions. And I'm like, did he act like that in Jedi where he's just really reserved? And
A little, some,
little,
yeah, like tidbits of it. Like
yeah.
that film needed more characterization. The
Well,
the scene in uh, the sandstorm, the
yeah.
read the dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
It's so much better, and you actually get interactions that the replaced scene just doesn't quite have. It doesn't have the punch.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the heart that the sandstorm scene has, and that's so there's a lot in Return of the Jedi that I think could be reconstructed into a stronger film.
Yeah, well, the whole battle getting into the bunker,
Yeah,
that's pretty cool, and a lot of that's you can find that's what they did put on the Blu-ray.
yeah,
but my big problem with Return of the Jedi is it's too many plot lines at once. Han and Leia get the worst.
yeah,
They're just stuck in one place for
Yeah.
like an hour.
yeah.
Chewbacca goes and does the Tarzan scream, and gets into the Imperial Walker, and that's kind of dumb. So you get the land. I love the Lando stuff because I still think that's one of the best space battle they ever did in Star Wars. And I just saw the Phantom Menace in theaters, and I was wondering, maybe that was better. No, it's kind of bland in comparison with just the amount of technical effects they had to do. Because that was the big thing, is they wanted it to look different than it did in A New Hope.
Right.
They wanted the different angles. They had the new ships.
Right.
Yeah,
it works. Did you read the essay I wrote on Return of the Jedi? Because I don't want to repeat myself if you did.
I have not.
It's in one of these. I don't remember.
One of the C-Corp
It's
books?
in one of the C-Corp books. There's a whole bunch. But what I would have done is, instead of having Luke wipe out like all of Jabba's people, not all of whom were criminals, or at least not all of whom were evil, I should say. They were probably all criminals, but they weren't all necessarily evil and worthy of death. Rather than having him do that strange thing, I would have kept that troop around to bring them into the third act. So then Han and Leia have an actual threat and something more potent to deal with than just
stand in front of a door.
Yeah.
And Harrison Ford was blatantly bored.
Right, exactly. With incompetent stormtroopers running about. I know they're his best legion, but we don't really see any evidence of that. So maybe his best legion ended up being like eaten by other Agoraks on Endor.
That's
like,
what I've heard. Because there's that Tales story again with I've read too many Tales recently for my liking, but there's the Marooned Lost on Endor story from issue 22, and someone did a lore video about it, and that scout trooper is the last of the Emperor's finest legion. They were on the other side of the moon, they all got eaten.
There you go. Endor becomes this really wild planet and environment later on with the two Ewok movies and of course the series.
It's a nightmare fuel place.
Right, exactly. Like, had he just put a little more thought and time into it earlier, that could have been an amazing environment in which to have Han and Leia play, and do things.
It's so obvious he wanted the confrontation with the Emperor, and that's all he cared about. I mean, Yoda's thrown aside so we can have this. Yoda with his oh god, it makes me laugh. Red Letter Media is the worst and also the best. They did a commentary track on Return of the Jedi, which I have sat and synced up and watched, they pointed out that Yoda's ear gets folded over because he's on his side. It looks weird. I love Return of the Jedi. People are gonna think I hate this movie. But it's just some of it's weirdly sloppy and very childish.
It's also shot. It looks so cheap. It looks like an episode of the A-Team.
Well, because he didn't want Richard Marquand to direct it. He wanted Spielberg, and Spielberg said no. At least that's the story I've heard. And then he wanted Spielberg to direct Attack of the Clones, and he said no.
There's a scene in the novelization by James Caan where the Emperor says, there isn't a lot of like extra material in there, but what's in there is interesting, where the Emperor says to Luke, there was one called Yoda. Lives he still? Like he says it in Yoda's cadence and grammar. I don't recall if Luke replies or not. I don't think he does. Oh no, he stays silent. He goes, I think not. And I just thought, whoa, that's such a cool. It's a short bit of dialogue, but it's so cool to have him reference Yoda. And it's like, well, if that scene was in fact shot, and I think it was, like, why is it not back in there? You know, like there's a lot of that. So, you know, I saw that film when I was 13, and I was already like more into adult. I was reading Lovecraft, and I was watching movies like Heavy Metal and getting into Conan. I was getting into more adult fare, and so Return of the Jedi was like, oh, you know, the Star Wars films were kind of building, getting deeper and darker, and then suddenly it's like, you know, apart from the Emperor, Luke, Vader stuff, it became a little childish for me at the time. Mm-hmm. So flash forward to 91, 92, walking into a comic book shop at the time, looking for work and seeing Dark Empire. Is it number 3 where Luke's eyes are rolled back?
Oh yeah, it's Leia seeing the vision of him.
Yeah, turn to the dark side, and I just pointed at it and looked at the proprietor and said, "What is that?" And that was it. I was back. I was hooked, full throttle all over again into this thing. Went back, collected back issues of the Marvel series I'd missed. Any books that I
could still do that.
Back when you can still do that. You know what was harder to do though was finding really obscure things. So when I discovered that there was pizzazz magazines that had exclusive, you know, back then we didn't call it EU content because it wasn't referred to as the EU, but exclusive Star Wars stories that didn't appear anywhere else. No, the entire tri-state area, which, you know, back then you either had to call or drive to, because there was no eBay, there was none of that. Nobody had even heard of it. I eventually found there was a magazine depot in New Jersey. Place was tremendous. It was like 3 stories tall. Jeez. I made a trip there with my friends because they thought they might have had it. And they did. And they had every issue. I don't think the place is still around anymore, which is a shame because they must have had every magazine under the sun in that place. I cannot begin to tell you how gargantuan this place was. But finding this thing was like amazing, you know? It was this Roy Thomas, you know, pre-issue 7 storyline. I still love it. To this day, but it was a different world. But so getting into like how fans discover the EU and fall in love with it, and I love hearing like everyone's different stories because they're all so different. But it's true that you don't need to dumb it down to casuals because we all start off as casual fans.
Mhm.
We see the movie, we're like, this was amazing. What else is out there? Or a parent hands you something, or you walk in a store and you see something. I got to at least tell Alan Dean Foster that story, that when my mom took me to Alexander's, which we used to regularly go to, no longer around, probably before your time. It was a department store
Okay.
at three stories. And she would, I was a little kid. I was like 8. So it was a different era. Parents could like let their kids go. So the third floor was toys, records, and books. So I would roam that for hours while she was in the women's department.
Mhm.
And one day I was roaming, looking at the shelves of the bookstore, and there was Splinter of the Mind's Eye. And I was like, there's a Star Wars book with a new story? That was it. I was done. I was reading it, like I brought it to my mom. She purchased it, and I was reading it like in the car on the way home. Like, it just amazed. And then at school, like the next day or whatever, the next few days later, telling everybody the sequel to Star Wars is in a book form. It's out. They're like, "What are you talking about?" That's the response I was constantly getting, even into like the 90s. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, books. Oh, comics. The majority of people just had no interest in taking it deeper. But those who did fell in love with something and by and large stuck with it. So back full circle to, the end of the Dark Horse reign and the Del Rey sort of reign, which is to try and make it appealing to new people. New people had no problem getting on board.
Mhm.
They were finding all kinds of things, jumping on points. I mean, you see that, Dylan, all the time with kids that you're introducing stuff to. So
We had a donor once at Twin Sons. They left us in their donation message. They said, please, if you can, include a copy of Lost Tribe of the Sith, because that's what got me into reading Star Wars. And it's like, what? Lost Tribe of the Sith?
of all things, right? Yeah. It's everyone's got a different story, and they're all great.
Somewhere out there, because the novelization for A New Hope, Luke's Star Wars, The Adventures by the Adventures of Luke Skywalker, came out 6 or 7 months before the film is. So somewhere out there, there is someone who read the book before the movie even came out, and that's how they got hooked on it.
Well, I know people who back in the day they read the Marvel comic before the movie came out.
That's right. Yeah.
I've talked to people who've done that. I've not talked to someone who's read the novelization before for the original Star Wars before the movie came out. I know my parents read all the prequel novels before the movie came out because that's how it used to be until Disney decided that you have to have it under lock and key and change the standard for novelizations.
That book, by the way, has a interesting history in my attempts to research it, because the date that it came out, I don't think anyone actually knows, because every source I have checked lists a different date. They all agree that it came out in 1976, and it was either November or December of 76, but none of the sources agree on what the exact date was and which month it came out.
Is it not printed in the book itself?
I don't have a first edition to check.
I think I might.
I knew this would happen too.
He's consulting the archives.
Ooh,
Jedi.
that Ralph McQuarrie cover.
Let's see. First edition, December 1976. Let me see if you can see that right.
Interesting.
There.
Okay. December 1976. Okay. Because there are some that say November 11th of 76.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
So it's like, it's an interesting thing, and I found this when I was looking at old books, but up until like 2000, 2002, we start having what I consider to be like concrete dates for like when books actually came out. But before then, if you ever looked at the publication order, a lot of the online documentation out there for when books come out, it's always the first of the month. It like 9 times out of 10, it's the first of the month. And I don't think that's correct. And what I think happened is that the record keeping in like the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and like with what do we call it? When stores have to like hold books back until like the dates or whatever, that that record keeping of like when like the holdback dates or whatever wasn't kept. So they would get the books would get delivered to the shops on the first of the month, and they were supposed to go out at X dates, but they would just get them on the first, and they would just put them on the shelves in the first.
We call that polling a Walmart. So Walmart's the one that always does things like that.
Yeah.
They got in trouble with Disney at one point for releasing Star Wars toys a day early. Like not too long ago.
Right.
I think it was for Last Jedi. They just leaked the toys like a day or two early. They just started putting them out.
They figured these aren't going to sell after the movie's out. We might have put them out before.
I mean, they're still at Ollie's. You can still get Last Jedi toys at Ollie's. I don't even live near an Ollie's. Like I know this. You can get it with your Shuri copters from Black Panther 2 and all the Shang-Chi toys.
Do you guys remember that John Jackson Miller did an accurate, or tried to do an accurate release date for the comics, particularly for the Marvel comics? Because those dates are also notoriously in error.
Mm-hmm.
So he had started this project of putting together what the correct actual release dates were for each issue. I hope somebody archived that, because I think that's a cool bit of, this is going back to like the Dark Horse forums. So I don't know. Those are like long gone. I don't know if anyone kept them, or if he kept them. I should ask him if he still has those.
He's got it, right? Because I don't know why you wouldn't keep that for yourself.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and so that's the thing. Like, we don't archive this stuff. This is the problem. Like that, like modern fans who are coming into the EU now. It's almost like back to like the early 90s in some respects. Again, despite eBay,
the difference stuff. Well, we also have another thing of the social media thing is so different now. There are groups that we reference on this podcast that don't exist anymore. Like, because we've been on for almost a decade now doing Legends, and the people we beefed with back in the day when Force Awakens was coming out, they aren't around anymore. Like, that podcast I mentioned that I'm banned from, I don't think there are podcasts anymore. I never even talked to these people other than they accused me of some stuff back in the day that I said something, and I'm like, I've never talked to you. And I asked him for a time code. He blocked me. I'm like, I will apologize if this happened. I'm very sorry. Sometimes I say things in a joking fashion. I didn't even know who it was. But sometimes I say things out of pocket, as the kids say. And I'm like, oh, apologize what they do.
I had a Facebook Star Wars EU page, which was taken down for violating community standards, and no one could show me what the violations were, or even speak to me about it. It was just taken down, which is bizarre.
I made a video about the history of the Heart of the Jedi saga, and I remember looking for your page because I remembered, okay, they came out in chapters, right? Because I wanted to document the history of when the chapters came out. I couldn't find it. If it wasn't, and I couldn't find your page. Thankfully, Continue the Star Wars Legends universe, that Facebook page it like shared every single one of your posts. So like
Uh-huh.
they had it like every time it came out. So like I still had the exact dates for when everything came out. But again,
Cool.
if it wasn't for a completely different page that just so happened to share all of them on the exact same day you were, that's like that's lost meat. That's like lost meat. It's like, oh, when did all these chapters come out?
I mean, I'm grateful that Del Rey is keeping these books in print, but there's a like, what about the Scholastic stuff?
That's a
Yes.
whole thing. We've talked about this before, where
And I think I know the issue. I think the issue is we don't. I don't think they even know who has the rights to publish them, and because the young adult media is weird because when it comes to the RPG books, when Wizards of the Coast took over for Weston Games, Wizards of the Coast retained the rights for Weston Games stuff, and when Fantasy Flight took it over, they retained the rights for the other two. When Bantam took over for Del Rey, they retained the rights to publish Old Del Rey, and then when Del Rey took it back, they retained the rights to publish Old Bantam. I don't think that transfer of rights happens with the young adult media when they change publishers, and I think that's part of the reason that they're not in print, because either they don't know who currently has the rights to reprint, say, Young Jedi Knights, Junior Jedi Knights, Jedi Apprentice anymore, or those companies just don't exist anymore. So like, no one can print them. But I think that's the issue.
That's probably why Lucasfilm Publishing exists, and they publish all the YA stuff.
But does Lucasfilm Publishing have the rights to publish the old Scholastic?
Why wouldn't they? Like, ultimately, because they own the IP, like lock, stock, and barrel. So, and if Scholastic no longer has the rights to reprint those books, because they are still a viable company, right? Scholastic, they're still around?
They still exist.
Okay.
The one that published Young Jedi Knights and Junior Jedi Knights.
Yeah, that one's gone under.
Yeah, they don't exist.
Yeah, it should default back to the copyright holder, which is.
I would assume so too, but I don't know if that's the case. And even if it is the case, I don't think they know that if that's the case.
I don't know if they care to know. That's a whole.
That's another thing.
That's a bad thing, but it might be a true thing because let's look at it. Especially with Jude Watson stuff, they're tie-ins to the prequels. Prequels came out a long time ago now. I mean, Phantom Menace turned 25.
You know, all they have to do is look at the secondhand market to realize how much money they're leaving on the table. I mean, clearly people want these things. Just put them out in omnibus forms. I mean, this is not rocket science. This isn't hard. There seems to be no will. This is the problem. It's because everything is so focused on, new canon, that there's just no will to do anything about these things. Like I didn't understand when they dropped Ewoks and Droids on Disney Plus, which I was, don't get me wrong, really, really, really glad they did. I would prefer Blu-rays or in addition Blu-rays, but okay, fine. At least they're available for fans to see. But there was no mention of that drop in any of the marketing. If you remember, like they used to have, like, I don't know if they still have a show. They used to have like on their YouTube channel. I forgot the name of it. But they had like a monthly show in which they would talk about all the new things coming down the pike. And you remember that now, right? Yeah. No word of it. Like,
no, they didn't talk about that. I know why they didn't talk about Ginny Todosky's Clone Wars, because there's editing mistakes.
Do tell.
So you remember when Ginny Todosky's Clone Wars aired on Cartoon Network? It would be like a 10-minute clip, basically.
Right.
And they'd say the chapter. They left a half second of chapter in the middle of one of them because they tried to they put it in the format that the DVDs released in.
Okay.
But it's not a direct because they upped it to high definition because those only were in standard def.
Huh.
So I think they took the old prints and they tried to edit it back together, and they just did a lazy job. And like, there's just like, it's like the equivalent of like a dead frame. And I was watching these. I had strep real bad, and I'm watching them, and I'm like, "Am I sick?" And I rewound and look, but it's noticeable. It's bizarre. But then again, this is the same company that released The Simpsons in the wrong frame, in the wrong aspect ratio,
Wow.
and they got in trouble and they had to pull it off and fix it and put it back on. Also, Tron Legacy, one of their own films, is in the wrong aspect ratio.
I mean, all right, mistakes happen, all well and good. Just fix them. But I mean, that's all. Just put the effort to fixing these things.
Yeah.
The only reason they even fixed The Simpsons is because people watch that on a regular basis, and enough people would complain about it.
You would think Tartakovsky's Clone Wars was significant enough to.
Well, compared to Filoni's Clone Wars, where all of those kids have now grown up, and it's the best thing since sliced bread. But we're not gonna go there. We're not gonna. I need to not go on get on my Filoni soapbox.
Well, didn't seem to do as well as you would think it would have.
Like, well, yeah, because we lived it. We weren't children. Well, I was a teenager when it came out, but you remember how much people didn't like it when it came out.
Yep.
It's just the little kids that watched it that enjoyed it. You know, they've now put it as God tier. Well, they put Filoni as God tier until he made the Ahsoka show, and they're like, "Well, other people made TCW too, and that's why it's better." It's like, you're not. This is not the point. Like, this is a conclusion, but this isn't the conclusion. That is the best.
It's always a danger to elevate anybody to like cult icon status, because I mean, look at Lucas himself had been a celebrated sort of like cultural icon for many years, and then the Phantom Menace came out, and like that just he went,
yeah. But now people have rewritten the narrative that Red Letter Media caused that. A review that came out 10 years after the movie.
Well, it's interesting. Like, I think we've seen this in the Star Wars fandom more recently, the Eve fandom at least. But like, it's interesting how the reputations of things are like. It's not like a straight line. It goes like up and down. Like, we've seen this with. I talk about this a lot. Timothy Zahn, who for the longest time was like one of the most respected authors, over time his reputation has slowly gone down.
Yeah.
Whereas the Crystal Star is kind of in the opposite, where for the longest time it was the most bashed book ever, and now although there's still that one, the jury is still out on that button, but it went from mostly negative to like mixed, as like not the reputation it has right now.
It's so much fun. I love that book. I read it. Part of it may be too. I read that book on a trip to basically Canada. It was so I'm in New York, and we had a wedding to go to, and that book was set to come out, but I wasn't sure when it was coming out. Now I was at Walden Books at this time, so like the day of the trip, I drove to my store. And there were these boxes that had come in, and I was like, please be in here, because I want to read a Star Wars book on my way to this wedding. And I opened up the box, and there they were. And I was like, I grabbed the most pristine copy I could find, came back home, and my dad drove us to Canada, and I had the Crystal Star with me, and I loved it. It made that 10-hour ride like nothing. Like, it just it was awesome. So, and then I came, coming back home, and there was like all these like negative reviews. I was like, what are you guys talking about? This book was great. But it all goes to show you perspective.
I mean, I feel that way about Truce of Bakura. The first time I read it, I was at a friend's wedding and I just hated his wife. And I didn't want to be there. They're divorced now. They're divorced. They got divorced almost immediately. But like, I'm like, I tried to talk him out of it so many times. I like grew up with this guy, and my mom's best friends with his mom. And I said I didn't want to go, and they're like, "No, you have to go." And so I went and like I sneakily read Truce of Bakura.
Oh, cool. But you didn't enjoy it though, on that first read.
I did enjoy it.
Oh, you did enjoy it. Okay.
I did enjoy it. That's how I was like, oh, this is so weird. They smell with like tongues that come out of their noses. Like, I'm all for it.
The problem that book had was it was released before The Last Command.
That's right. Yeah.
And so I people were coming in saying, "What's this?
Mhm.
This isn't the third book in the series." I'm like, "No, that book is coming. This takes place right after Return of the Jedi." Oh, but like they couldn't wrap their heads around why it was there. Like to them, it was like, well, why wasn't the third part released first? Which I understand. Like actually, like you would think that that's how they would do it. You know, it was such a weird release strategy. I don't know if they were trying to like make sure they were hooking in, you know, people like before the trilogy ended and saying, okay, no, we're doing more than just this trilogy. We're doing, you know, an expanded universe. So here's a book from this time frame. Here's a book from this time frame. That said, like Children of the Jedi should have come out before the Crystal Star. And then the breakup, you know, with Luke and Callista, you know, would have helped to explain Luke's personality in the Crystal Star a bit better. You know, like why is Luke so depressed? Yeah. Well, he had a breakup. He's sad.
That is actually a very interesting phenomenon I've noticed with the Bantam era is that like there's two ways. There's the people who read the Bantam era at the time who read it in publication order more or less. But then there's like the newer generations of people who tend to have a less favorable opinion of the Bantam era, read it like chronologically, and how those are like completely different. Because a lot of the issues with the Bantam era comes out when you read it chronologically, because there's a lot more continuity things. There's a lot more things that like are just like, wait, but this just happened. Why aren't they like mentioning it? Or why are characters this way? When it's like, it's not a problem. It's not like an issue with like the authors, because again, the books that timeline wise came out before this book was written like 2 or 3 years after. So I had this conversation with someone who mentioned that like they were reading, I think it was the first book of the Black Fleet Crisis, and it mentions that Dala has the Imperial Remnant, is leading the Imperial Remnant in the core role. But he's like, but no, that's not correct, because Dala retired at the end of Planet of Twilight and it's under Pelion now. Shouldn't it be Pelion? And it's like, yes, but that book was written like 2 years after this, so that's not a Michael P. Keel McDowell mess up. That is a Barbara Handley mess up.
Yeah,
technically a Lucasfilm mess up.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
If you guys know of any publication order timeline that's out there, I've gotten at least 2 requests for one.
I have one.
I know. Yeah, I was gonna say I thought Dylan did.
Send it along to me, because I know this guy's son wanted to read it all in publication order, with books, comics, the whole 9 yards.
Okay, I don't have comics. I just have books, and I have adult and young adult books, basically.
Spencer was reviewing everything in publication order, wasn't he? At least several years ago. You remember
Spencer,
that, Dylan?
Really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
At least he was back in 2016 when I first met him.
Okay. I'll have to reach out. Yeah, because that is something again, that talking about archiving things, like that's something we should all have. We should know when everything kind of came out, just for no other reason than to say, look, historically, this is when this happened. And then if someone does want to read it in that order, that's an interesting approach. That's how I read it.
A similar thing, like I found with the publication order thing, I cracked open I have a first print of Shatterpoint, and I cracked it open, and it had a timeline of what was to come, and Escape from Dagu was on there, and I didn't realize it was that early on that they had planned that.
There is, I've seen it floating around.
That's my white whale.
There's a screenshot from Barnes & Noble in 2001 that has a listing of for Dark Tide Siege.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's one I'm kind of glad didn't come to pass. I tend to feel the New Jedi Order, as great as it is a bit too long. Just a bit too long.
Yeah, I guess Force Heretics could be cut if you really wanted to, because that doesn't add too much, except for it's just details. I mean, I'm fine with cutting Boba Fett a practical man.
Well, I don't consider that New Jedi Order, because that was written like after New Jedi Order was complete.
Yeah, well, you know who does consider that New Jedi Order? Karen Travis. And it doesn't make sense because we had the Tales story before. One of the best Tales. God, I've read too much Tales.
I like some of the Tales. There's a Lando one with a robot that he befriends that I just think is adorable. There's a couple cute ones in there, and just interesting ones, but I understand the problems that people have with it.
I mean, I like the Yaddle tale. I mean, that's like one of the greatest ones. Yaddle's backstory.
I actually don't like Yaddle's tale. I couldn't make heads or tails of, like, so she's trapped in a pit, but she's a Jedi. Like, why
she's a Padawan? She's not powerful enough. She just gives up hope and then learns the Force.
All right, I guess so. But I mean, wait, she's a Padawan, but yeah, all right, I guess so. I have to reread that, and I remember that I'm thinking.
I read it Tuesday, so it's fresh in my mind.
Like, even Obi-Wan was a Padawan, and he could just leap out of, he could run super fast. I mean, he could
yeah, I don't know how.
Isn't that something children learn? Isn't that basic Jedi 101?
I don't know. Remember,
Yoda can do all kinds of crazy flips. I mean, I know, he's, but even Yaddle must be several hundred years old at that point.
Yeah, she's significantly younger than Yoda.
Okay,
but because Yoda's ancient in the prequels.
But let's say she's 100. You've got younglings that are 10 that could probably do flips and leap out of that pit. I just couldn't make heads or tails of that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's better than a lot of them, especially you remember Tales 13 was just dedicated to Mace Windu.
Oh yeah.
There's a couple okay ones. The one that I always remember is the Time Paradox one.
Yeah.
Which is the whole reason they even put him on the council, and it's never brought up again. Which you think would be real important.
I referenced it. I that was one of the ones I referenced. Of course, because it was the weirder one.
So, of course, you got yeah.
The Tet Ami.
Yeah, it's something like
that.
Yeah. Because I would have I remember I read that a long time ago, and that one always stuck in my head. The others are pretty forgettable, although there is one of them is noteworthy because it's the only time we see Depa Billaba as a Padawan.
Right. Yeah.
And it has the albino Zeltron that shows up in Clone Wars Adventures and fights with Obi-Wan.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just a bizarre. And I read that one the other day,
I
and
love that. That one I like. Yeah.
yeah, it's nice for the continuity. The story's kind of mediocre, although it's up her alley because she's obsessed with children because she can't have her own. That's
Oh.
why, because in Clone Wars Adventures, she's wanting a clone of her own. Like,
Oh,
and
okay.
Obi-Wan misunderstands. It's a whole misunderstanding, and she doesn't like Jedi as is, and that's why they have the conflict, and she ends up losing.
Hmm.
And it's
See, there's two series that I think we would have appreciated. One is so the Jedi and the Jedi Council, like that could have been a series. Like,
Mhm.
so who are these guys? I mean, they started
Well,
with Ki-Adi-Mundi.
mhm.
Um, it was okay, I suppose. It wasn't great, but it would have been cool if they'd had like a Jedi Council series, like
Yeah.
right?
Star Wars the when before it became Republic, that was the initial idea, was to introduce the council members, and they went as far as emissaries to Malastars about a bunch of them.
Yeah,
But
sort of petered out. I mean, I know people wanted like an Anakin and Obi-Wan series.
well, they
I get
got
it.
that Jedi Quest.
Right. Exactly.
they
We got
they
that
had
there.
that, and that was the idea. But when the Clone Wars happened, it basically became two storylines. You got John Ostrander wants to write Quinlan Voss, which more power to him. That's
Yeah.
great stuff.
Yes.
And
Agreed.
then we have Anakin and Obi-Wan, which is also great. But those are the only two. With occasionally we get other characters,
Mhm.
Shakti every once in a while. Remember when that 2-issue arc where Mace Windu, it's the group that goes after Palpatine in Revenge of the Sith. They go on a mission to like it's like to deal with some bounty hunters during the Clone Wars. So that's a fun one where they just beat up a bunch of underworld thugs.
But
And here's another one I think you might have liked. If they did a Jedi Academy series where you follow basically Luke's students,
Oh yeah.
right?
Did someone tell you that I wanted that? Because I've been talking about that recently.
yeah, because
Someone did mention it to me recently, but I don't know if they said that Jeremy had said that they'd be interested in it. But once they said it, it was like, why didn't we get
I mean,
that?
what do you
Because
mean?
I
We
like
got
Jedi.
Leviathan, the
Yeah,
single issue.
yeah, but I wanted more of that because like
Much
it's
more,
because that's like a weird part of the New Republic era where there are no comics.
Mm-hmm.
right?
Because we have that big jump from the Crimson Empire stuff to that to what Union, is that it? I think that is it.
And it would have been such a great gap to fill because like all of these like New Jedi Order just starts off and there's like so many new Jedi like Ruth Skidder, like Gander Rysho, and all these other like Jedi that they just kind of I'm forgetting his name, but Kip Durden's apprentice in who was only in like the first few books. How awesome would it be to have had like their backstories in like a comic? And it's hard to do that now because I know they're gonna die in like the first few issues of New Jedi Order, but like it's still like it's something.
Yeah, it's
something.
like with Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy, we never got books on those. Like there is nothing Jaden Core from Jedi Academy the game until Cross Current and Riptide, which Paul S. Kemp highly underrated.
I agree.
Really,
Yeah,
those
those
two
are
books in
great.
particular are
Yeah.
really creative.
They are.
Mm-hmm.
Those are great books.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're just so, it's so different, especially from that era. I think it's some of like the most creative stuff from that part of. To me, it's just Star Wars just kind of got wonky in about 2008.
I'm
We
trying
got
to think.
Force Unleashed and we got TCW, and they kind of contradict things, but they kind of don't. And
Force
it's
Unleashed.
Force Unleashed.
It contradicts the movies. Like it doesn't make sense if Leia's dad is a known terrorist, a wanted fugitive.
Why is he
How?
still a senator?
Why is she still a senator? A. B. Why would she, of all people, be entrusted with the Death Star plans? They would have a target on her wherever she went because she's the daughter of a known terrorist.
Mhm.
So it doesn't make any sense. It makes the rebellion look foolish.
And if she knows that, why is she like pretending with Vader in their first ever scene together of like, I'm on a what do you mean? I'm on a diplomatic,
Yeah.
like, that was the cover story, right? That
Yeah.
how they could get through was,
Yeah.
Like, let's just talk about Starkiller himself as a character. What character?
Right.
The clone had a little more character.
So this is an area that, like, so, Hayden Blackman, who I've never really much cared for as a writer, but for a video game, that's fine, and that's what Lucas said, like, oh, this works for a video game. But for the novelization, that's where these things could have been tweaked and fixed to have been
they
made sense.
I feel so bad for Sean Williams for having like it's like I feel the same way about Karen Traviss, specifically when it comes to the Clone Wars novel, of like trying to make that story work is an unenviable
I feel
task.
like Karen Traviss did a better job than Sean Williams. He's just that's not, honestly, if I'm going to be blunt, Star Wars was not his cup of tea.
But Sean Williams did great in the second Force Unleashed novelization with the side plot that Juno goes on in the beginning of it, which isn't in the game at all. That's just something like that was the best part of the book, quite honestly.
Well, that was the whole thing with Force Unleashed 2, is it's 3 different stories. It's like they tried to do a Shadows of the Empire thing with that, where like the comic has like the Jinx guy or whatever he was that Dark Horse tried to make the next Boba Fett and it didn't work. One of their many attempts to do that. He's a fine character. He's very 90s with his ponytail.
Yeah.
And sleeveless shirt. He looks like Caucasian Lobo. But with Force Unleashed 2, the comic, it's a bad Boba Fett story, but at least it's something different. With his weird girlfriend that wears the Phase 1 clone armor.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember
so much of that.
Yeah, Starkiller for Force Unleashed 2. Starkiller's barely in that comic. Just a Boba Fett story. Well, the Force Unleashed 2 is kind of nonsense in my opinion. I mean, why is he going to Yoda?
I forgot about that too.
I can't forget about that because it makes no sense. But well, I mean, to be fair, John Whitman did it with Galaxy of Fear.
Yeah, he did. I think he did a much better job of it.
Oh yeah, I'm not.
Yeah.
John Whitman did a better job than Sean Williams. Say it isn't so. John Whitman's one of the most talented authors of all time.
I don't get, so like John Whitman and Jude Watson, like they should have been given like adult novel books to write, right? I mean,
I don't think Jude Watson's never written an adult novel, and I don't think she ever wanted to.
I wonder what she even asked.
I don't know. I know she did those science adventures, and that's how she got the foot in the door.
She did. They're uncompleted. If I ever get a chance to speak to her, I want to ask did you write the third? Mm-hmm. Because it sort of ends on a cliffhanger a bit.
Well, I think she just loved writing the YA Star Wars stuff, because if you look at her bibliography, she stopped writing anything else. She just wrote which makes sense because I mean that Jedi Apprentice was almost a monthly series, which is insane to think about. Especially in the beginning. Like there are 20 Jedi Apprentice books that were written in like a 3-year period of time.
Mm-hmm.
20.
I'm trying to pull up the exact number. It's 47. Jude Watson is the most prolific Star Wars author. She has 47 published Star Wars books to her name.
Mm-hmm. You can recut those and release them as like 4-book omnibuses,
Mm-hmm.
which I think would be cool. It'd make for a nice kind of collectible and something for fans who don't yet have those or want them.
Yeah. And you could take Jedi Quest and Last of the Jedi and make them 2 different, like, 2-volume omnibuses in themselves.
And before anyone asks, that 47 is not counting Rebel Force, because now we know who actually wrote those.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we finally do. Like, that was, to me, that was a mystery that it was more like frustrating. Like, how do we not know who the actual author of this is? Like, why don't we know?
Like, it's obviously a pen name. We all know that, but like, who is it?
Yeah. To her, it was like not even like a big secret. It was she just happened to not be part of Star Wars fandom enough to say, "Oh yeah, hey guys, it's me." You know.
It was, yeah. I think when I forgot who reached out, but it was like, oh yeah, I didn't even know it was a bit. It was a
Yeah,
big,
that was a thing,
it was
right? Decades-long mystery.
who actually wrote these 6 books? Was it Jude Watson? It wasn't.
Yeah.
I think about like stuff like that, like Judy, which is her, I think her real name, Judy Boundell, Jude Watson. Like, so she's got a lost book in there somewhere, assuming she ever wrote it. And John Whitman's 2 books, and I did ask him about it, and those are gone. Like, those are lost on an old computer that is probably never going to be recovered.
Yeah.
And then you mentioned Escape from Dagu, and
I was going to get to here, like, because you have the uncanny ability to make the impossible possible with finding these things. I mean, Adventures in Hyperspace #3.
Yeah. Well, I was fortunate enough to have gotten to know these people back in the 90s. Like, a lot of us, were part of like private fandoms. So, like the SWFA was something that, myself and Abel Pena and Dan Wallace and Jason Fry and Rich Handley and Pablo Hidalgo were all a part of. We were just guys writing for West End Games. We put this, the SWFA ironically means Star Wars Fanboy Association, and it's meant to be goofy, and it is. But we put this group together to complain, well, mostly for them to complain that they hadn't gotten paid by West End Games because all the money was being funneled to Bocce Imports, the shoe company, which was failing,
weird.
which is hilarious. I know, and it is weird. But I had been in the enviable position of I was paid, but wasn't published. And the reason I was paid is because I asked for payment in books. So I got all of these, which, they were happy to, like, because they had tons of it laying around. They're like, "Oh, you want payment in books? Great." And they just sent me everything.
Just Star Wars?
Just Star Wars.
Okay, you did.
And Bob did the same thing with the Dark Horse comics. Bob Cooper sent me, like, he literally was paying me for the timelines in comic books, in Star Wars comic books. So that was neat. So yeah, so I was lucky in that sense, and I was around at that time and got to know Ryder Wyndham and several others, so that when I reached out to them, I wasn't exactly a stranger. I mean, that wasn't the case entirely. Like, I didn't know William Dietz. I mean, I was a stranger to him, but he's just too frightened of like, and I've explained to him. I said, I've done this. I've done this with Ken Flint's. I've done this with Ryder Wyndham's. I've now done it with my own book. I've done it with several other short stories. I said, Lucasfilm doesn't mind so long as you're not profiting off of this material, and that's not the case. We're going to put it for free on a website so that everybody can enjoy it, because you've got, thousands of fans that are clamoring to read this thing. And he didn't, unlike Alexander Freed, he didn't sign an NDA. Not an NDA. That's not the right term. It's there's a different term for it, but it's basically Alexander Freed had signed a you cannot release this in any form after, even though it's been declined or it's been like rejected for publication, and he signed and got paid for that. But William Dietz, that wasn't the case for him, as far as I know, because he would have just told me straight up that, oh, I can't release it. His concern was, oh, I'm afraid of the like the legalities because like Lucasfilm might come after me.
Is he aware of the Rob McGregor Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings novel?
I don't know if he is. Why? What's the deal with that?
Okay, so you're familiar with the Bantam Indiana Jones books, right? And
certainly,
Rob McGregor wrote the first 6. He also wrote the Last Crusade novelization, and then he left, and he wanted to come back to write Kingdom of the Crystal Skulls novelization. Lucasfilm said, no, but you can write the novelization for this new video game we have coming out called The Staff of Kings. Well, when Staff of Kings assets got ported to Force Unleashed and they didn't release the primary game, they shelved Staff of Kings. They paid him, and they shelved Staff of Kings because Steve Curry wrote a novel called Indiana Jones and the Army of the Dead, and it didn't do well. There was a whole bunch of Kingdom of the Crystal Skull tie-in books that really don't tie into Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. They just have Indiana Jones in them. Like Ryder Wynnum wrote 2 young adult Indiana Jones books in 2009. Like there's a whole bunch of them. I'm writing an Indiana Jones chronology right now, so I'm like,
that's really cool. Let me know when it's done. Are you going to put it on a website?
We're going to try to publish it.
Fantastic. Let me know. I'll purchase a copy. Absolutely.
Okay. I'll sign. My goal is I'm working with Noah Quality Autism. He and I are writing it together. My goal is to have it done before Legends Con 2, and I'll bring you a copy.
Thank you. That's phenomenal. Wow. That's very exciting. I've always kind of wanted one, but I was always daunted too, because I know a lot of the titles are in French and
German.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Noah German. So that's
is he translating? Is he translating books into English?
There are a few translations, so he's just handling that part. Like I'm not able to read everything. He's not able to read everything, so we're just writing it together.
Cool.
That's great. He wrote some great Star Wars chronologies that I really like and were really thorough. And so I have a little narrative device I'm putting in that I will not spoil. But
sounds interesting. All right.
Anyway, this Rob McGregor book, during COVID, Rob McGregor has a podcast. He's like moved on from the like fiction. He writes a lot of like spiritual stuff.
Okay.
And he's like, I'm just gonna read this book. And so he did a bunch of episodes where he read the whole book, and then he released an EPUB this year.
Cool.
File.
Very cool. And
it's just free.
Yeah,
it's free.
That's exactly it. I mean, from Lucasfilm's standpoint, it's technically considered fan fiction, but everybody knows it was intended to be part of the story. So
yeah,
I think that's beautiful. I that's why when you write a story, I think if it doesn't belong to a copyright holder, then it belongs to the public. And ultimately, every story that is under copyright will belong to the public. I'm kind of a bit obsessed with the idea of not losing stories, because it's too easy for it to happen. It really is. It's a lot easier than you realize. All it takes is one computer with a cracked hard drive that can't be recovered, and something is gone, like forever.
That did happen, right? We I think it was one of the authors that you contacted. Like they were fully willing to release it, but then they just didn't have it
Was
because
that Blood Oath?
I want
Blood
to say it was
Oath.
Nightfall.
No, Nightfall is the one that he got paid to never release it.
Okay.
That's, I believe, Alexander Freed. Blood Oath was Elaine Cunningham,
Yes.
and if I don't know if I ever got through to her. I think somebody did for
I
me.
heard she got ill and she couldn't meet.
Was unable to complete it, and I
Yeah.
had said, well, let her know I don't care what form it's in, like we'll we'll take it, even if it's just an outline, like we'd be happy for it. We Margaret Weiss's book is lost now.
Yes.
Her right, yeah, you heard.
Yeah, you and
heard
I,
this.
we talked to her at two very different points in time. There was a 20-year gap because I talked to her in 2016. She does not give, pardon my French, she does not give two shits about it at this point.
I know. She does. Well, when I met her in '96,
Mhm.
she was going on and on about how Lucasfilm kept asking her to revise. You remember, like, Lucasfilm's policy changed kind of radically from very heavily involved in each author's works
Mhm.
to no involvement whatsoever.
Well, I mean,
Do what you want.
talked to Dylan wasn't there. It was Matt Wilkinson. I talked to Dave Wolverton. He's like, I got a letter from George Lucas. He
Yeah.
loved Courtship of Princess Leia.
Lucas also sent a letter to Ken Flint,
Mhm.
and he sent a letter to the guy
Zahn?
who I don't know if he sent a letter to Zahn, because what I heard, I'll give you some little dirt. According to what I heard from West End Games, Lucas wasn't as big a fan of the Thrawn trilogy, but he loved Dark Empire and was giving Dark Empire out as Christmas gifts to employees. So that's what I heard. I can't verify it, obviously, but there's a little tea. But yeah, getting back to Margaret, she was saying they kept asking her to revise drafts, and part of her issue was, she goes, "There's no sex in Star Wars," like, and she goes, "These are young people, and I'm not allowed to basically put them together." Anyway, and she was frustrated by that. I remember that.
How that changed.
She should have talked to Stackpole. He managed to get it in there.
God, Stackpole's.
Just a few years later.
Stackpole's comics. There's like a whole implied sex in a lake and X-Wing Rogue Squadron mandatory to
Wedges Gamble has a 2-page scene where Corrin's explaining how a Salonian gave him a rash.
Oh God, I forgot about that. Or how about when Jansen and the Bothan get together in Requiem for a Rogue? I'm pretty sure that's illegal in most states. Sorry, Joe. We had one episode where I think I was drinking, and I said which species are acceptable to date in Star Wars.
It is a weird. It's such a weird thing, because if a Salonian is basically a giant otter, but they're sapients, so
yeah,
okay. Same with Bothans, like, so they're like kind of like bipedal camels.
Mm-hmm.
It is odd, but then again,
yeah.
like,
but like they're in against Stackpole, he had a couple. There was a Moncal and an Aqualish. Is that acceptable? I liked it because those two species were always at odds with one another. In fact, especially in the Clone Wars. I mean,
and of course, we have many authors alluding to Winbar. Do you not know Winbar? Winter and Admiral Akbar.
Oh, I didn't know that. Winbar.
That's what the fandom is called. Called the ship name. But there's,
I
I
didn't
think
know
it
that.
was Kevin J. Anderson, Kevin J. Anderson, and I want to say it was Barbara Hambly. There's like a lot of there's a lot of scenes between the two of them, and it's like something else is going on there. And then that got picked up later in New Jedi Order, and with Walter John Williams, and who also kind of like insinuating that something was happening there. And there's a few others as well, but it's like multiple authors, and I think it was Kevin J. Anderson that started it, but he started it, and multiple authors like picked up on like the subtle nuances and kind of alluded to the fact that there was something more going on there.
See,
That's
they
wild.
picked up on that, but I wish more people picked up on Mara and Lando.
I was just about to say that. Like,
That-
is there a universe in which they actually got together and then Luke ends up with Callista? Like,
I'm not a big Luke Callista fan because I'll tell you what, I liked Callista and her husband in No Prisoners.
yeah,
I really like that. I really like No Prisoners, and I'm not a big Karen Travis fan, and I'm not a fan of the Filoni Clone Wars novel tie-ins because I think all the Karen Miller ones are just bizarre, and they don't work, and they're not well written in my opinion.
I asked Karen about the 3-month date, and I said, "Did Lucasfilm ask you to put that Anakin being knighted at 3 months? Like, did they say that that's where it's supposed to go?" She's like, "No, I just had to come up with something, and I put it in there." Like, so like that technically, that's the kind of thing that should have been in the editing process removed. Because now we've got to squeeze in all of these books and comics.
A minimum of a year and a half of material has to be squeezed in, if not 2 years, because I think he's a Padawan for more of the war than he was a knight.
And that's not even like across licensees things, because Jedi Trial was the book of where he earned his knighthood technically, and
that's
and
not a favorite book of mine.
And Del Rey also wrote that one, so they should have known.
I don't even think it's the author's favorite book.
The two authors, that was a Daniel Sheridan, Dan Craig, I believe it was.
That I struggle to get through that, man.
I've never. I have finished that one. I've read it. It's probably the worst. Before the TCW thing happened, I thought it was the worst Clone Wars story. And that's saying something because I hate 000 and True Colors.
See, I think it does a lot of damage to the.
Speaking of sex and Star Wars, Karen Travis, my gosh.
Well, she's a little more subtle about it.
Depends on what book. Although I will say I do love when Pelion in No Prisoners, Pelion's like it tells Ahsoka to put clothes on. And that's the excuse why her outfit changes between seasons. That's a fun continuity thing. And I like young Pelion.
Someone should have told Aayla Secura to put clothes on. Why are all the Jedi dressed in these heavy, long robes, but she's roaming about
like George Lucas's favorite?
Like it only really makes sense.
Ahsoka.
It only really makes sense for Aayla Secura, for like specifically Felucia, because it's like a hot jungle planet. Like, yeah, I guess you would not wear long robes in that, but like
I always got the opinion.
But she's wearing that around the Jedi Temple in Attack.
Oh yeah, in Attack of the Clones, that made me laugh so hard. Because here's my thing of why Aayla Secura and Quinlan Voss dress the way they do. They went undercover. Like that's kind of their like whole thing. Quinlan Voss is like the Jedi in darkness, and she was his Padawan. They're in the underworld and that sort of thing. So they would dress differently. They wouldn't dress like Jedi because of that. Like, but in Attack of the Clones, it's like, okay, I guess we have. Well, I mean, there's I call them the hero Jedi because that's what you would call them when you're storyboarding it out, you have your Jedi that are the focal points to look at. She's one of them. Luminara and Dooley and Sophie are the ones because they have slightly different outfits.
Mm.
Any alien, basically anyone that isn't a computer animator at Lucasfilm awkwardly swinging a lightsaber around in the background. Because they even George Lucas even said it. If you've ever listened to the commentary track of Attack of the Clones, there were too many white people, like white nerds, running around with lightsabers. He's like, I had to put in some characters that weren't Jedi Council members from Phantom Menace as well, and that's how you end up with Ayla Secura and Luminara and Dooley, because she's not in Phantom Menace, although she's in Cloak of Deception, which I argue is an Episode 2 tie-in book that is disguised as an Episode 1 tie-in book because it sets up a bunch of Attack of the Clones stuff in it.
Yeah, I
and
like
Vizier.
Oh yeah,
In Vizier, it's her
Yeah.
canonically her first appearance. It's Jorah Sabayos' canonical first appearance. It's the Tag Corporation's canonical first appearance, which
nice Marvel reference. Yeah,
that might be the first novel Marvel reference
it might be.
in publication. My jaw dropped to I was welding and listening to it because someone found an old audiobook of it that sounds like it was on a cassette and it's unabridged. And I was listening to it. It was on YouTube, and I was welding, and I literally messed up my weld with the Tag Corporation. I'm like, I love the Tags as villains in the Marvel comics. I love that
Great.
Luke gets Darkseid tricked into murdering Baron Tag. It's such a because again one of the positives of Force. What was it? Legacy of the Force is they bring back that Force ability because Jason does a similar thing.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Good catch. Yeah.
That because I always that's like the positive, like Legacy of the Force is when they're like, okay, we're gonna make the Marvel comics canon. We're gonna make it work. We're gonna make sense of things.
They did.
They pretty much. There's a handful of things that are a little wonky. There's that one issue where Han and Chewie and Jabba the Hutt, which is Mosep Benid, are on that planet, and all those little teeny spider droids that were Clone Wars bioweapon. That was never explained. That's not in anything.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I've looked. And I have yet to come across, unless you know, so you've read more than me, Joe. So you may know.
I've forgotten more than probably both of you remember combined because my memory is awful. So it's in some ways it's kind of neat because when I go back and reread things, oftentimes it's like rereading them anew, which is cool.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Like
I'm having that right now with Marvel, despite their terrible release schedule of omnibuses. The fact that they're coming out and how much stuff they're actually putting in is pretty impressive. I do wish they put more of the kids' comics because the Droids and Ewoks one, I don't think it sold well. They aren't putting any of the digest comics in these omnibuses. And it breaks my heart. Clone Wars Adventures, incredible. Adventures, pretty good. I mean, we have an adventure story that explains what Luke did on Dagobah. It's like the only thing that talks about that.
Right. I was discussing this with Al and Kyle and Corey recently, and I don't understand, nobody does, why the print runs on these omnibus editions are so low.
I think that's Marvel's always been Marvel's thing.
It makes no sense because they're leaving money on the table. They don't get anything from the secondhand market, and immediately these books start to skyrocket. It's like, guys, print another 200.
They're getting better about it in general.
Okay,
like they're reprinting all the Conan omnibuses again. So
good. Because I missed out on those, and I'm not happy that I did.
They're coming out in July.
I sold all of my. I had all the Dark Horse ones,
Mm-hmm.
but
Oh, they're not doing that. They did the Kurt Busiek stuff. They did a Kurt
okay,
Busiek omnibus, which I think you can still get fairly cheap. But they're doing all their Marvel stuff because they don't have the rights to Conan anymore.
that's right. So they don't have the Roy Thomas stuff. Then is what you're saying?
Yeah, they just have their stuff. They have
Oh,
the
okay.
rights to theirs, which highly recommend Savage Sword. Marvel,
The new
Stan
Savage
Lee's.
Sword.
What's
Okay.
that?
The new
Yeah,
Savage Sword. Okay.
yeah, they still do have Savage Sword. The first omnibus is getting reprinted, comes out at the beginning of July.
Okay.
But like,
I sold all of my
it's
originals. I had all the
Titan
Savage
Books.
Swords.
Titan Books has the rights to Conan now.
Okay.
And they're
So
actually making
doing-
you're gonna love this. They're making a continuity timeline.
Ooh.
They're gonna try to piece everything together.
Ooh.
To make sense of things. Because
Like.
Jim Zub took over writing Conan for Marvel.
Okay.
And he jumped. I think he's not writing for Marvel anymore. Period. He went to Titan Books, and they have a more violent Conan comic,
Okay.
and they're trying to keep it in continuity with the Robert E. Howard stuff. There's 2 Conan novels coming out this year. Like, they're really doing a Conan push. I'm not sure why, but I'm okay with it. I'm actually pretty happy about it, if I'm being completely honest.
Are they tying in? Because I do still have a lot of the Robert Jordan books and a lot of the other authors who did,
I think
additional.
it's going to be everything.
Ooh, okay.
I think they're going to try to make sense of things, or going forward, they're going to make more of an effort to make a timeline.
Good. It's about time.
They need to. It's a mess. I wish more companies would do this.
That was a goal of mine many years ago. I was like, I'm going to do a proper Conan timeline, but it never happened.
It's
just
so,
well.
And it also, the whole thing with the Conan stuff, when Robert E. Howard died, the guy, I can't remember his name, but it was like Bagley or something.
Oh,
he wrote the novelization to the first movie. He would write his own fiction, and he would mix it in with the Robert E. Howard stuff, and you wouldn't know who wrote what.
Well, yeah, because Howard left behind a lot of fragmentary.
Yes, he did that with all this stuff. Because I've read all of Solomon Kane, and it's real frustrating when you.
I love Solomon Kane. I like what Lynn Carter and some of the others. I'm forgetting the other guy's name who you're talking about. I have some of his. He wasn't even that big a fan of Robert E. Howard anyway, but Lynn Carter was. It'll come to me. It's sitting there somewhere.
I literally had a pile of Conan books I picked up pretty cheap the other day, and I do not know where I put them. That's just general.
It's L. Sprague de Camp.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he wasn't like a big fan of his stuff, and he threw his own things in there.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be marked. He would just write that it was by both of them. And it drove collector stuff. It wasn't even until it was like the 2000s when Del Rey had the rights, and they did the complete. They did 3 big volumes. Do you remember those?
I have them. They're on my shelf there.
I have the Solomon Kane one.
Love them. And the King Kull stuff is also really good. I actually prefer Kull to Conan.
Well, I mean, I love that they just combined those Kull and Conan together for that first movie.
Yeah,
it's kind of what we just the way Conan is. He's also Kull. It's bizarre. It's a bizarre.
He's a less philosophical Kull, basically.
Yes.
Yeah. But I like that about Kull. Like, so when you read like the Mirrors of Tuzzle Tomb or something along those lines, like there's a very deep. It's not just deep melancholy, which Conan has, but it's the deep philosophizing about the world and about life and death. I just think it's cool.
Yeah. Solomon Kane's always going to be my favorite. Although
Yeah,
The one thing I don't like about like with the Marvel's comics and even the Dark Horse stuff, which the Dark Horse barely did anything with. They still have the rights to Solomon Kane, and they don't do anything with
they
it.
do nothing.
They
Yeah, it
they
probably
made it
doesn't
like
sell
he's
as
fighting
well.
demons and stuff, and I'm like, okay, that's fine, but that only happened like twice. He usually just fights wrongdoers or slavers or like
Remember the weird, like, like vulture-like harpies that he fought
yes,
in
and
Africa?
that are plaguing that village, and it's
Yeah,
the only
yeah,
time he actually gets connected to someone. Like he gets connected with these people, and they
that's
all
right.
get like murdered, and he
That's
just
right.
murders
That
the
taught him.
hell out of all those harpy things.
Yeah.
Just
Oh man, that was
because they're
great stuff.
but yeah, that's like the only big time he ever did that. But like with Dark Horse and Marvel, it was like, oh, Tuba Dracula is popular. We'll just do that with Solomon Kane. And it's like, it doesn't quite work all the time. Or they'll take a Robert E. Howard fragment and
And
they
turn it.
expand it and they put demons and stuff in it. And it's just like, no. He was running after a bad guy. It was one where he was like going after this castle and they never finished it. And then
Yes.
like his Dark Horse did it and there's like a big demon in the castle. I'm like, oh, really? Like, come on. Can we be more clever? Because like my favorite stories are like he's wandering around. There's one where he just sees people being enslaved and he just loses his crap and he just starts shooting shooting the slavers, and then he ends up getting captured and he has to escape.
That's Robert E. Howard in a nutshell.
Oh yeah.
I think they're always. This is the problem too. Is like in comics and in films, like they're always looking for something that's more sensational, because it'll translate better to the visual medium.
Yeah.
But the key is to balance it out so that when it is a demon, it's a bit more special because they're
Yeah.
not as common.
Yeah.
That's
And
the key, I think, to doing that.
with Dark Horse, it's very clear that I think Mike Mignola had a hand in it, which is probably why there's a bunch of demons and stuff. I know he did the covers for those comics.
I'd have to ask Robert about that. He's a huge Hellboy fan and Mike Mignola fan.
I like Mike Mignola. I think that to circle back real quick to that our Dark Horse discussion, what he did with Hellboy and every arc as an new issue #1 was the undoing of Dark Horse in general.
Did he start that whole concept of the mini series instead of the long running series?
It was a big move at the time. Marvel did it. They renumbered Spider-Man in the early 2000s. I think it was in 2000. It was when JMS took it over. Before it was during when they had. Remember the 9/11 issue of Amazing Spider-Man, where like Doctor Doom cries because it's just so awful what happened.
I never read it, but I ran a comic book store for a few years, so I remember the big events like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So like during that time they renumbered Spider-Man, but you would open it up and it'd say the real number. And then they went back to the original numbering after a while, right before Civil War happened.
Right.
But like Hellboy was always like that. It would be a mini series and you open it up and it'd be like, oh, it's this number in the ongoing series, which is why Randy Stradley had, when they did Dark Times, he said that this is the longest running Star Wars comic. But they didn't leave the numbering in Dark Times. I can tell you that because I remember getting that issue and I think I literally said, what the fuck is this? Pardon my French. So, I try not to swear on Legends podcast, but it happens. But
yeah, sometimes it's justified. I mean, like you could do both. Like you can have your cake and eat it too. Like have the ongoing number on the inside at least, right? Or on like in parentheses. and then you could have your like miniseries, like restarting numbers. I just think that would make the most sense and would keep everybody happy.
Mhm.
Or you do it as volumes, volume 1, volume 2,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, but the thing, Dark Horse never collected things properly. Well, at the end, they started collecting things properly. When they released the I love those omnibuses, the white ones. I see them in the background next to your Epic collections. Those were so nice. They were missing things, but
They
they were
were.
pretty nice. I mean, that was the first time I read the infamous Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon on the Orient Express,
Oh yeah.
which I'm about to review, although I think it's the equivalent of getting a catheter.
I'm currently going through Republic right now because that was one I put off for a while and reading it, and it is infuriating to every time I finish a story having to look up, okay, what's the next one? Because it's all early, like once it gets into Republic and then like into Dark, like it's fine, but like the pre-Clone Wars Republic stuff, it's just one miniseries after the next, and it's every single time I finish one, I have to look up, okay, what's the next one? What's the next one? Because
I'm just waiting for the Menace Revealed omnibus to take off, because that will fix that. The Epic collections have done a fairly good job of keeping that all together.
And the size is nice. I didn't like the shrinking.
Oh, I did.
Did you?
I did, because they fit next to my book club edition books.
Okay. All right.
It was just for an aesthetic purpose.
Yeah.
They're not, and they're fun to travel with, because I have the Indiana Jones ones,
I have them.
Joe, those are such a pain to get now.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I spent more money than I'm embarrassed to admit on 5 paperbacks that retailed at $17.95 a piece.
I've done it. I know.
It was the most stressful thing and most upsetting, but like I needed it, because the Lucasfilm dropped the ball with Indiana Jones. They could have had. I was shocked they didn't do Further Adventures of Indiana Jones omnibus, at the very least. That's some good stuff. You've read Further Adventures, the Marvel run?
Yes, I started it. I don't think I got a chance to finish it, though I intended to, because I liked it. I thought it was fun.
I think it was handled better than Star Wars was. Because, well, there's less issues. It's, in my opinion, the Marvel Star Wars stuff has like a big flop between Empire and Jedi, where there's more misses than hits.
Yeah.
It's just repetitive. And then there's the continuity error of Luke has his lightsaber back. That's a story. If I ever wrote a Star Wars story, I'd try to explain that.
Abel did in Skywalker's, right?
Oh.
I believe it was in Skywalker's that he did. I might be thinking that he retconned.
He retcons the annual number, Chris Claremont's.
Yes, that's what he fixes.
Yes.
It's not the lightsaber. Yeah, the lightsaber was always a weird. Where does it come from? All it takes is it doesn't take much to fix.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he found one. I mean, it takes one story to fix that.
Well, the new Star Wars series, they have him with the yellow lightsaber. He finds one of those Temple Guard lightsabers, and he's running around with that for a while.
Ah, okay.
I think he's still running around with that, because they're dragging that out to the nth degree.
Yeah, those tapered off. Those started strong.
I think that Mary Jo Duffy stuff's pretty good, though. I like the post Jedi stuff.
She hates the name Mary, by the way. Just so you know, for a future reference, if you ever get to meet her in person, that was something Jim Shooter did to her as a joke. She says only her grandmother calls her that. But he kind of just threw that in there to kind of like give her a dig.
That's
one time. And that's why you never see that name again, like moving forward. It's always just Joe Duffy.
I thought they were two different people.
Isn't that funny?
Because it's just, Duffy's not an uncommon name. You know, I just thought they. Wow. Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
interesting. I
Yeah.
wonder if Lucino's the same way, because I've noticed all of the authors that worked with him, the editors, they always call him Jim Lucino, not James Lucino.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think he minds James. I think it's just a matter of that's, like his nickname.
That's what he
Like,
prefers.
I prefer Joe to
Yeah.
Joseph for whatever that's worth. So whereas she hates she hates the prefix, Mary. So
I mean, that's like calling Matt Wilkins by his first name, which I will not say on here because I know certain people will just never leave Matt Wilkins alone. I'm not going to do it.
I discovered it by accident. And I was like, who's this guy?
We discovered it. We were in his car, and he had his name tag on his dash. And I said, "Oh, who's so and so?" And he's like, "Don't say it." Well, I didn't know. I knew he went by his middle name because all of his brothers, with the exception of one who's also named Jeremy and has the same middle name as me, goes by his first name. But the rest of them all go by their middle names in there. And we actually met a bunch of Matt's family.
Oh, cool.
That's a funny story. His sister-in-law thought we were burglars. And I thought we were going to get shot. Because Matt's like, go through the side door. And then he went back to get something. And we were like kind of slowly walking like over. And they're like, she's like, who are you? And I'm like, oh shit. I throw the hands up because I went to like a hood school. So like, like I don't shoot. That was a good one. Dylan's just silent on the whole thing. It was very traumatic for him.
Were you there?
Yeah.
You were there
with me. Dylan, this is so funny. So we went to a convention with Matt, but we flew to Matt's house. But Dylan and I, we met at Dallas Airport. We flew to Louisiana, and Dylan walks up. He's like, "Oh hey," and then he goes back to reading. He's reading Fate of the Jedi.
I was in the middle of a chapter. Okay, you got to understand.
And then I just sat in silence next to him, like talking.
Till he finished. Like,
and it was a while.
Did you know him well before you?
Yeah,
we had done Legends podcast for like a year.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, we met on a stream with a guy who goes by Django Fett. Introduced us.
Okay.
And
yeah.
We don't speak to him anymore. That's a whole other thing that involves a bunch of bizarre crybaby drama.
That happens in fandom. I've seen it in Star Wars fandom. I've seen it in others. It's just
I feel like it happens more often now than it used to. And I think it's because more people are like vocal. It's easier to talk to one another.
Yeah.
So I know there's the whole thing with Karen Travis and the Tala fans.
I still, even though she shouldn't have said it, I love the term. I just think it's a cool term.
It's funny. I will give it that. It's
is.
Not like when Daniel Jose Older called us all suckers for not liking his book. That's just kind of...
Yeah. That's
and all the tirades Chuck Wendig went on about us not liking his book that he wrote in 45 days.
Yeah.
You must not like your book either if you... It only took you 45... I don't know. How do you know how long it took L. Neil Smith to write those Lando books? Because it was... What was it, like a month a piece?
I love them. They're up there in my top 10. Love them.
They're great. They're great. I know he didn't like writing them because it was so stressful. That's what I've heard. Like,
I want to say Karpyshyn wrote Rule of Two in less than 2 months.
Yes.
And that was simply because of the timing of it. Like they really needed the book, and then it happened. And then at Legends Con. Oh shoot, I'm completely blanking on his name.
Sean Stewart with Yoda Dark Rendezvous.
Yes, that was another one that was like again a very tight production like timeline, and that he had to get it in like a couple months.
It replaced another book that, according to what I'd heard, is unreadable, and the editor wouldn't say what book that was. So I always wonder, like with like these like that's the thing, like with lost stories, like when we finally get them, like they may not be what we've built them up to be, but we still want to read them regardless. Like it is what it is. Like who cares if it's not great? It's not great. But at least we know, it's not this mystery forever. Like, we lost out on this amazing, piece of EU history.
It's not like it was that book, that unpublished Nomi and Vima Sunrider book.
Yeah, I reached out to him too about that.
What was it even going to be called? It had a weird title.
It did. What was the name of it? That was another weird thing too with the whole Sunrider. Like,
Lucas
can't use the name because of a truck, and really, like,
there's sense. That. Then they didn't want to. They wanted Vima in KOTOR, the game, and they were going to pay Tom Veach, and he got real upset. And
that's the thing. That's a whole thing.
Well, let's talk about.
There was a lot of bad stuff on both sides, I think.
Let's talk about Light Cider here.
Okay.
Oh dear.
When did you first become aware of its existence? That it actually existed. It wasn't just like a story. That this
early on, like very early on. Yeah. So let's just say a friend, like a close friend of Tom's, had a copy, which then passed on to me. So that was, pretty much how I got my hands on it early on. But I know Tom wanted to develop it into its own non-Star Wars project. So, he didn't want it distributed, which was understandable. But after time passed and nothing came of it, it was a case of, this is going to get lost. So, I gave it to a friend, or two to enjoy. And I think it started to trickle out from there. So, guilty as charged.
Have you heard the story how we found out?
No, but do tell.
We were at Matt's house, and I'm looking at the shelves because I wanted to make sure my shelves, because I use StarWarsTimeline.net and I use Matt's Expanded Universe. Now I also use Noah's books too, and I kind of piece things together, and I do my own thing. I have my own ways of, like, specifically with Clone Wars and Rebellion, that personal preference, because I think some things can be interchangeable, and I just, for pacing purposes, I will put things in a certain order.
Well, mine is more difficult because it does split it, like, stop at this chapter, read this book, come back.
The Bounty Hunter Wars is a real fascinating thing to look at on Star Wars Timeline.net.
I sometimes say, why did I start it this way? I just came up with, like, wouldn't it be interesting to see? And now it's like, although a lot of people are like, but what if I don't want to do that? Oh, all right, I got to come up with a simplified version.
Because sometimes when the way you put it like that, it makes a book sound like really interesting, and then you read Bounty Hunter Wars.
See, I have a solution, and this is only a solution specifically for Darth Plagueis, but I've said this all the time. I think you should read Plagueis immediately after Dynasty of Evil, and then if you're doing a chronological reread, and then right before you read Phantom Menace, you should reread Darth Plagueis. And the reason I say that is because if you're doing a chronological read, right, the beginning of the first couple chapters of Darth Plagueis are a great handoff. It's a great handoff from this is the beginning of the Bane line, and this is now the end of the Bane line. And then you read Plagueis, and then Plagueis jumps all over the place with the timeline, and like kind of gives you snippets of these other stories that are further explained upon later in the EU. But it gives you just enough that you can follow the story, right? So then you get to, but then it takes you all the way up until the end of the Phantom Menace. So then you finish Plagueis, you read all of those stories that are referenced in Plagueis, then you read Plagueis again, and you now catch those same references of this is how all these stories fit together within this greater story. And then you go into Phantom Menace. Because if you're reading Star Wars, right? If you're reading a Star Wars book, you've seen the Phantom Menace, right? So
I like that a lot. I think that's a really cool idea. Yeah. That's pretty brilliant. And it's a great book, so the double reading of it is
because you get more out of it. You get more out of it the second time you read it than the first time you read it. Really,
100%. That's a good idea.
But that only works with Plagueis. I don't think you should read Bounty Hunter Wars multiple times.
You should not. That might be the most skippable Star Wars books. 3 Star Wars books. There's a reason it's the forgotten, because like it contradicts things. It contradicts the Marvel comics, which the Marvel comics did a funnier job of dealing with Boba Fett in the Sarlacc pit, with them just falling back in. So does he fall into 3 Sarlacc pits?
Yeah, I struggled with the placement of that,
because that's one of the few things they never gave us. Lucasfilm, the Holocron never touched that, which is funny because it's one of the few Marvel comics they reprinted with toys.
Yeah,
because I have those figures.
It's a great.
I don't have the comic anymore, but I have those figures.
Yeah, Tom Palmer illustrated that and did a beautiful job. One of my favorite illustrators. You have to blink. Like there's a lot where you have to kind of squint to kind of make it sort of fit. But then everyone would say, "Well, why bother? just leave those books off the table." I think of like TFW sometimes, that WTFU that way sometimes. Like it's not worth it. Just pop it in my head like in infinities.
You know? It's so infuriating. I think it's infuriating, especially with the second book, because it's like it ends on such like a cliffhanger, and it's like, okay, Vader obviously gets out of that. The Starkiller clones are all killed, right? Because there's no Force. By the time A New Hope happens, the only 3 like Jedi left are Obi-Wan, Yoda, and Luke, right? Like that's
the Crook is somewhere.
Well, right, but
he's always
the only known
the never-ending Jedi. It's like
the only Jedi that are known to the rest of the galaxy are those 3 essentially,
right?
By the Phantom, so no, by A New Hope. So right, so like exactly how it all has to get fixed, but the fact that it never got fixed, and it's just this open this open wound within like the continuity is so infuriating.
Well, it's like Kara Travis's books. There's no conclusion to that.
Hand of Thrawn 45 did conclusions to both, right?
Oh God, don't
get you started.
Oh man, I read Sword of the Jedi, and people kept recommending me the Sword of the Jedi trilogy, which I think is the most bloated affair I have ever read.
Huh.
I should have been one book if you were going to do it. I fundamentally, you've read his Sword of the Jedi thing, right?
I haven't.
Okay.
Yet.
Do you want me to spoil
his conclusions to the other books? The unfinished books were better, is what I heard.
Yeah, that's what I've been told too.
Okay.
He did like it was called the Twilight of the Jedi duology. One focuses on the Commandos, which is actually referenced in his Sword of the Jedi trilogy.
Okay. All right.
The other is he deals with getting rid of Jax Pavin and a couple other of the Jedi, and deals with the Battlefront 2 mission where the 501st are sent to Coruscant and they fight all those Jedi and take it. Well, not to Coruscant, to Naboo, and they kill the Queen.
Huh.
That seemed more interesting to me.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, because there's a bunch of Jedi that were hiding on Naboo, which I never considered primary canon, but I mean, like, you could make that work easily.
Right.
Just have a big purge, and I think he tied in Jarek being there.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah,
I like the sound of this. I mean, if we're not going to get an official continuation, which we're still hoping for, I recently said I'm waiting till with the 2027, which will be the 50th anniversary of Star. I'm waiting till that. If we're not going to get a continuation at that point, then like I'm going to need conclusions. I'm going to need something to fill in these gaps, and I'm happy to draw from well-written, well-researched.
the Sword of the Jedi trilogy has issues. It contradicts Mercy Kill a bit.
I'll be honest with you. That is the one EU book I couldn't get through. I'm sorry to Aaron Olson.
Really?
I can't. I found it so mind-numbingly dull, and I even like skipped ahead a little bit. I'm like, well, maybe it gets better. I'm like, oh no, it doesn't. It's still really dull. But keep in mind, I was never the target audience for the X-Wing books to begin with.
That's fair.
Love Mike Stackpole, but
that's me. I mean, I have an X-Wing tattoo.
Nice. That's gorgeous.
Oh, thank you.
It's a beautiful tattoo.
I haven't shaved it in a while, so it's a little, a little bad at the moment. But yeah, no, I was a big X-Wing guy.
That's what I mean. Something for everybody. Yeah.
With the exception of, I don't like that Cornhorn became a Jedi. I don't like that he got the Force.
Okay.
And I hate that. I am an iJedi hater. I am one of those people.
I have issues with it in principle, but I think it makes for a very interesting thing in the series to have these opposing perspectives. I think it makes the EU stronger.
I hate that Corran acts like a brat and he fights Luke. And
that's the downside. Yes, Luke, agreed. Yeah.
And then acts like an asshole and runs away.
I hate, and I get why. I get like there's the in-universe explanation for this is because it's from Corran's point of view, and Corran's kind of arrogant about these things. So, he would probably play up his role, but I really don't like how he feels more senior than he feels like more Luke's equal than the other apprentices at the academy during that book.
Which it's like,
yeah.
And he's one of those, Kevin J. Anderson said there were more apprentices than were in Jedi Academy, which is in like the West End Games source book, I believe. But like, because he also, like, Kyle Katarn is there, technically. Mm-hmm. There's a couple that you can play as in the West End. Yeah.
Brackus, who isn't mentioned in the Jedi Academy trilogy originally, but comes up later, is like also one of those first class members.
Mm-hmm.
Because I knew about the rift that we were talking about earlier that Zahn kind of had with Veach, which became Zahn and Mike and Veach and Kevin, and so it felt like a dig at the time. You know, like Mike has since said that that's not the case. It was never the case. Kevin knew about it. But it's just how it felt. Like it felt like they were launching, like volleys.
And Stackwell even claims that when he was writing I, Jedi, he called and got in contact with Kevin about it to make sure that he was good to blow up Exar Kun's temple, that he wasn't going to do anything.
Right.
So it's like this weird thing with Mike where it's just like, maybe there was that grudge, but again, he still had like the wherewithal to think like, okay, but like for the continuity's sake, I can't blow up this temple if he's going to be using it in Young Jedi Knight. So I gotta.
But I wanna say the things that don't make sense with sort of the Jedi Hand of Thrawn 45s.
Yeah.
So there are Voxen again, which is not very well explained. The Jaina takes her niece, her child niece, and a couple other Jedi go to the Yavin 4 temple, which should be destroyed, like absolutely obliterated by the Vong. And then they go to the ruins of Exar Kun's temple, where they end up fighting Voxen, which doesn't make any sense. Also, the B plot of that book is Tahiri and Ben are teamed up, which I hate on so many levels, because Ben's a good person, but is he that good to team up with the person that tortured him when he was still a child? I don't. And then tried to seduce him. Like I don't think so. But they're like a master apprentice team for some reason, and they're on Tatooine trying to. I don't even remember what they're doing, but they end up finding a recording of Biggs Darklighter at the Lars residence. They take refuge at the Lars residence on accident, and they find a recording that has somehow survived the Tatooine sands that Biggs left Luke before the original Star Wars, which is just bizarre. Then the second book, because we got to have the Mandalorians in there, Boba Fett and his geriatric bunch of Jango Fett clones, which they're all old as shit. They got to be in their 80s at this point, steal the Chimera and give it to Dala. They steal a bunch of geriatric Jango Fett clones, which should be in spacewalkers and space wheelchairs, because they're so... this isn't necessarily a Hand of Thrawn 45 thing. This is something that Troy Denning, Aaron Alston, and Karen Travis should have dealt with Legacy of the Force and transition to the next generation, because we end up with this problem. These characters are too old, which Han is treated like an old man in it.
Yeah.
He has very little. He has a nice conversation with Jaina in the beginning, which is probably the best part of the book. Leia's like barely in it. Luke's only in there because he has a Jedi Council meeting where he's like, we have to kill the lost tribe of the Sith. And that's like pretty much all Luke does for the whole trilogy. He doesn't do anything. So it's like a Jaina-centric... Well, it's not even a Jaina-centric, because her husband, oh god, the most bizarre scene ever put in Star Wars. So Jagged Fell gets kidnapped by the Mandalorians. And Boba Fett's torturing him. And then just decides he just has his eye gouged out. So Jagged Fell loses an eye for no reason. It's one of the most graphic things I've seen, and they're doing it, and Dala's recording it and like live and showing it to Jaina to try to get information out of her, because they're on got them on two separate Star Destroyers, because Dala is in league with a bunch of rogue Bothans and New Republic people that want to kill all the Vong, and they're hunting the Vong because Zenobah Sakat disappeared. And so they're on the hunt, and the Vong are showing... There's a rogue group of Vong that are reaping havoc on the galaxy, and we find out why they're in league with the one Sith. And Ben's little girlfriend from Fate of the Jedi, becomes one of the one Sith after Jaina cuts her arm off.
Oh,
And she's killed. And which was kind of shocking, but the most shocking part, the most shocking part of this whole flippin' thing is they find Sonoma Sakat, and Ben talks to little Anakin because Sonoma Sakat can take the form of people it's interacted with.
Yeah.
And it takes the form of Jake Lloyd Anakin and like talks to him for a bit. It fully forms Jason and brings him back to life so that Jaina and Jason can team up to fight the one Sith. And then kills Jason again so he could have a peaceful death. That is so dumb. That is so bizarre. And what is implied is that Sonoma Sakat's trying to bring back Anakin Skywalker.
Okay. Huh.
Which is the most... I don't like it at all. I think it's... Let people stay dead. That's the whole...
Well, Star Wars, yeah, no one does.
No one's ever really gone. It's just what...
I would have to read it in context, and some of the, I know Hand of Thorn 45 builds in things or earlier books, so maybe some of the continuity
people are getting upset that I spoiled a bunch of things. People are very touchy about this, and I am in the minority opinion of not liking this. So
no, I mean, it's okay. Look, everyone's free to like or not like whatever they want. I mean, that's the bottom line.
There's some good stuff that you remember the Vong Wraith Squadron member? He has a bunch of stuff to do, and I always liked him from Mercy Kill. Did you get that far?
Probably
Mercy
not.
Kill.
No,
there's one of the, what's the low class of Vong called?
The Shamed Ones.
Yeah, he's one of the Shamed Ones, and he ends up joining Wraith Squadron. And I wish that Aaron Alston hadn't passed, so we could have gotten. Well, I mean, I feel like he was cut short.
Yeah.
With it seems like it was pretty clear he wanted to do a couple more X-Wing books.
Sure, I'm sure he did. Why not? Yeah. Even though it's not for me, I do. I know people who do love it, and that is a shame. And it's also kind of a shame too that Mike, who is still with us, isn't sort of brought back in to sort of.
Is he retired from writing? I haven't seen a single thing he's published in a long time.
I don't remember.
Because I'm pretty sure, Lucino's retired.
I know he's not doing conventions anymore.
Lucino.
Yeah.
I heard.
Unfortunate.
I would love to meet him because he wrote one of the most. He wrote some Indiana Jones, and you wouldn't know it. I'd love to pick his brain about that stuff because he has such a, or his he wrote the novelization to The Shadow back in the 90s, and he referenced some of the pulps.
That's cool.
Yeah,
they did that.
He had such, Lucino has this mind for just remembering things and just throwing them in. Matthew Stover does too.
Michael Reeves too.
Yes.
Michael Reeves brings into the EU stuff he worked on like decades prior. So which I think is cool because I catch it because I'm from that generation. So like the animated series Black Star, which was basically like a space fantasy, space opera, cartoon from 1981. He co-wrote it, and he's got several references in his books to it, which is super cool. And there's a bunch of things as well, even stuff that he he didn't write. There was an anime series that he like very clearly referenced. There's a few. I do like when authors do that. I think it's kind of fun. Most of the time, it just it will go over your head if you don't know what it is. There's in the Marvel comics, in the early Marvel comics, we have the first ET crossover. The issue that Ann Nocenti wrote, "I'll see you in the throne room."
Mm-hmm.
I forgot the number. 89 was around that.
Yeah, it's near the end.
Yeah, it's right around that. But there's a member of the Asogian race in a wheelchair. He was an information broker. And then Lando dresses in the exact outfit of a famous, is it a manga or was it an anime character? It is the exact same. It's right there on the cover of the issue too, and it's in the issue and the wig. It's the exact character's outfit. It's hilarious. Part of me that I forgot the name of it. It's written down somewhere, so I can always look it up for you. But so yeah, it those are fun. Those are cool, cool little references.
Were you a big fan of Death Star, that novel?
I had, it's funny because it took me a while to read it at first. So I had gotten the opinions of people prior to it. And I remember a lot of them being negative.
Really?
Oh, it didn't tie up this, and this. I think people had expectations that it was going to do that.
I think people thought it was going to be what Rogue One ended up being.
I think so as well. With a lot of continuity, like retcons to plug in the different versions, and it didn't do either of those things. Mm-hmm. But I always try to go in with an open mind. I don't try not to have preconceived notions of what I want it to be or what I think it's going to be. And I ended up enjoying it. I thought it was a lot of fun.
The only two things one I thought was a weird thing. Lady Tarkin's never brought up.
Yeah, I wrote a short story for Hyperspace that attempted to fix that. Which I released on the Discord server. If you guys don't have it, I could send it to you. It still needs a little editing, but that was my attempt to make those two things fake. Because I love Lady Tarkin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I love that we're having Dala is the most known secret affair in all the Empire, but everyone's afraid to say anything.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, that's a cool touch. Yeah,
we've got an epilogue.
It shows how powerful Tarkin is. Honestly, that everyone knows about it, but no one will call him out because you know what's going to happen if you do.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, once you have the Nazi kind of parallel plugged in, it makes a lot more sense as to why there's so much fear in the Empire. Uh-huh. Which is the one Disney Plus show that I think is excellent, Andor, does really well, is make the Empire terrifying again, mm-hmm. because they remember that's the it doesn't have to be the Nazis, it could be ancient Rome, but there's that same sense of that authoritarian power backed by violence. So that, God forbid you were to even just rib, one of your fellow officers and Tarkin's an earshot, or he goes and tells him, that could be the end of your life.
Yeah, something that a lot of Star Wars stories don't do. Well, they make Vader scary,
right?
Which is that's a good thing to do.
Yeah, He ought to be.
Yeah,
he is in the films.
And the Emperor's scary.
Yeah.
But they don't really do anything with Tarkin. And I really wish that James Luceno's Tarkin novel had been an EU novel. Because I think we would have gotten a completely different
almost was.
I know it almost was, but
it's so clearly... I took it and put it in there. I know that people don't like that, but I did.
I know you did. I don't, because I remember reading it and like thinking this is one of those ones that was changed, and you can tell where it's changed when he had to write him like Thrawn, and it just doesn't quite work, or
Yeah.
him as like a murderous psychopath, which the new Marvel Comics took it to an absolute extreme where he gets into like a knife fight with a younger man and he like takes his shirt off and they
Really?
like have a knife fight. It's bizarre.
That's out of character.
I laughed really hard when I read that. I'm like, because first of all, it's Peter. They straight up trace Peter Cushing's face because
Okay.
that's what they do at Marvel. They do a lot of lightbox work now,
Okay.
or I think they use a lot of AI. Dylan and I have talked about the amount of art that is stolen from other people.
Yeah, I read about this. That's problematic. Yeah.
But it's Peter Cushing's face on like a Bruce Lee body with a bunch of like scars all over it. It's just weird. But like,
yeah.
to get back on point with Death Star, the other thing I thought was weird is no I-5. It's the only Michael Reeves story to not have I-5. And I wonder if there was like plans, because Coruscant Nights never really concluded, if we were going to have a fate for I-5, because I-5's in everything else.
That's a great droid.
I know, he's like one of the best.
Yeah, he's awesome.
He's so sassy.
Death Star came out before Coruscant Nights did as well, so that must have, if that's the case, then he must have really planned out that series, because we got all of Coruscant Nights where nothing happens to I-5, and then obviously The Last Jedi, which for all intents and purposes is Coruscant Nights book 4.
Which we've talked about how weird The Last Jedi is of a book. Do you think he actually wrote that, or if the other writer wrote most of it?
So yeah, I was actually about to say this. Reeves is a very
he had what was it, Parkinson's?
Mm-hmm.
And if it was too debilitating at that point to really, how much did he write?
That's the theory, because Maya only came on for his final 3 books, which were in 2009, 2011, 2013. The Patterns of the Force, Shadow Games, and The Last Jedi. But I actually think Reeves is a very interesting author within the EU as a case study, because he's written 9 books. Only 3 of those were by himself. 3 were with Steve Perry, and then 3 were with Maya.
But so the thing is, his Steve Perry books, there's a clear distinction between his style and Steve Perry's.
Mm-hmm.
Because I always, Death Star feels more Michael Reeves than Steve Perry. Whereas like something like Shadow Games feels more Steve Perry than Michael Reeves.
Shadow Games was a Maya one. Steve Perry was also on MedStar.
Steve and Michael wrote as a team, like even years before Star Wars came along for them. They so it's interesting that you're able to, which I think is very perceptive, detect their different styles, because oftentimes when writers do write together for as long as those two have or had, they start to blend a little bit, because they almost unconsciously mimic each other's writing styles. But I also think that they're also prolific in their own right. So it's possible that their styles are just so strong that never quite happened. Because like, if you're picking up on it late in the game, that's what it tells me, that their styles kind of maintained.
Well, I'm writing a book with someone else, so this is fresh in my mind.
Yeah,
and we're writing in 2 different languages.
Right.
So it's a little different, but like,
yeah, but the same principle applies. Yeah.
That's cool. But I remember I don't know if you're a Stephen King fan,
I
but
am.
like The Talisman, it's more a Stephen King book than a Peter Straub book.
Mm-hmm.
But Black House, I don't know. It has a lot of the Dark Tower tie-ins, but I don't. It feels more Straub to me.
You may be better at least me or most of us than at picking up, sort of those stylistic touches, which I think is interesting. Because that's like a little bit of it, right? I mean, Dylan, are you able to
No,
distinguish?
that's
Yeah,
why I brought it up. Is so fascinating. It's like because I mean, Sean Williams is another one who has written a lot with like other people, but he also has some of itself. But it's like I can't pick out the parts that Sean Williams wrote and that Shane Dix wrote when I read Force Heretic, right?
right.
Yeah.
No, nor can I, but I
Well,
bet you Jeremy can.
well, I mean,
Which
I
I think
love.
is cool. That's a gift.
Thank you. I didn't realize
That it was, yeah.
because, like, I mean, I read a lot of stuff that's written by more than one person. Like, most of Dragonlance, Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman.
Yeah, I think definitely with Michael Reeves, I don't think Maya, and this isn't a slight on her, but I think she may have just been brought on to help him actually get pen to paper as he was dealing with his illness.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you, Jeremy, then, in the Young Jedi Knight series, there was always kind of a joke that those were mostly Rebecca Moesta writing them, as opposed to Kevin Anderson. I mean, do you detect any stylistic?
They are more akin to her junior Jedi Knights that she wrote by herself. What I've always put together, Kevin J. Anderson, he hikes and he dictates,
Right.
and she would type for him. As far from what I know, even when it's just him working on something, um, I think he came up with the general concepts,
Right.
and I think she fleshed it out because she was very attached to those kids.
Yeah.
And with Legacy of the Force, well, when New Jedi Order happened, it was very upsetting to them.
Sure.
I think that's probably the most upset I think I've ever heard of a Star Wars author be. Is like when they talk about like Star by Star and Invincible. Well, Invincible in particular because that quotes their books.
I love that.
Yeah, that's probably the best part of Invincible.
Yeah. Yeah, that's brilliant.
It's just the forethought to put that in is.
Yep. Yeah.
Also,
it's such a vivid reminder of who he was. Mm-hmm. And so if you grew up, whether you grew up reading those books or you read them, like right before the series, like if you're reading chronologically, it still has that impact of oh, this is who this guy was.
Yeah.
I still say Disney dropped the ball. They should have just adapted,
Legacy
that
of the
series.
Force.
Yeah. I think that would have been very powerful.
Yeah.
Done a 6-movie series because I think that's what it would have probably taken.
I think you could adapt it and condense it to 3. There's some certain plot lines I think are unnecessary. Yeah. It's primarily the Mandalorian stuff.
I don't mind that. I do find that the Mandalorian stuff fascinating. So I never had an issue with that, as I know some did. And I get it.
It's not the Mandalorians necessarily. It's the blatant hatred of Jedi. This is what it feels. Especially, well, her Commando books are the worst with that. Which that's the point. I get that, but she hates what George Lucas decided Jedi were. It's very clear she liked Barbara Hambly's idea of what Jedi were because she incorporates them.
Yeah.
And
I think that again, like similar to iJedi, I think that makes for a stronger EU, for a stronger book series, because then you have these alternate perspectives, from different characters, and I think that makes the world richer to have the counterpoints. I always ignored her personal views on things. I I did get to speak to Karen at some length, and
I want to
I
hear
was
it.
I was very polite and kind to
That's
her,
good.
and she wasn't. She didn't reciprocate. But this was after the fallout with everything, so maybe she was embittered about everything. But I had nothing but praise to say for her. But now, even like after that, like because I did reread her books, then it doesn't affect, like it to me it's two separate things: the author and the works. So I actually remove all of that from the equation and just take it at face value, which is all right. This is the clone's perspective, and you know.
That's
I don't agree with them, but I understand where they're coming from.
And I think Karen Travis is also, and I don't think she gets enough praise for this, but as you said, she comes in with a new perspective, because to my knowledge, she came in not really as a Star Wars fan, and that's why she wrote it that way. But unlike other people who have come in, she like did her homework. She read the Bantam books. She read we were talking about this on, I forget, one of the Discord servers, but she describes Ahsoka's behavior in the TCW novel as very cat-like, and people were trying to figure out where that came from. Well, in the Essential Guide to Species, it actually has for the Togruta a lot of like features in it that like you could interpret as like they're basically cats. And it's like that's probably where she got it from, was she read the Essential Guide, because you did say she read the Essential Guides, and that's like where she got it. But again, it's like she comes in with this outside perspective, but she still did her homework and research on it to be able to put a product out there. And I think that's why it works for a lot of people, but then also her bias show through so that it doesn't work for a lot of other people.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Have either of you seen the third Matrix movie?
Yes.
Yes.
You know, at the end, the third one, the Revolutions, when Neo fights all the Smiths last time.
Yes. Yep.
I picture that's Karen Travis and Dave Filoni fighting on what the Mandalorians are going to be like. That's the fallout of Lucasfilm.
I think so much of that acrimony could have been avoided, like with the fans, because you had Abel's article postulates how many clones are produced, and then she postulates a very different figure. And again, it's like people got mad at Karen because she didn't follow, what Abel had written in The Insider. But by the same token, it's the responsibility of the editors, at Lucasfilm to catch these things. And even if they missed it, because we're only human, we make mistakes, right? They should have released a statement that fixed it so that both could be, like right, depending on the perspective or whatever.
Or just do what they did with the Thrawn trilogy on the time of the Clone Wars. Just fix the number in later issues.
Right. That's the other option, which there was talk of them doing with the Clone Wars books, which is fixing some of them, which they should have probably just done. So, instead what happened, it caused a lot of animosity. And of course, Karen didn't help matters by, calling fans Tala fans. But then it didn't help that fans were making videos, or at least one did, of her being killed. Like
What? I didn't know this existed.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of deep lore on the on Karen Travis's very brief but very storied tenure with the with Star Wars.
All I know is the interview where she says she loves killing Geonosians because that became like a meme.
Mhm.
But, but I it's sad because she did her homework. Although I
Mhm.
think her ego got the best of her, especially later on, because Order 66, the Battle of Coruscant taking days.
Mhm.
That doesn't make any sense, and she should know that because she has all that war correspondence and police correspondence.
As a
That's like
background.
her background.
Yeah.
It's just that doesn't make any sense, but she did it to be, from what I've heard, spiteful, of one of those you can't tell me what to do sort of things.
Well, she also should have continued. She should have just finished her book series, regardless of what Filoni was going to be doing. I
See,
mean, in her mind, like ultimately, she should be like, "Well, I have fans who
Mhm.
want to know the conclusion of the story.
Oh,
Who
she
cares what's
still
going on out
has
there?"
fans. They hate us.
I
We
I have this opinion about, and I have to go into spoilers to like explain this opinion.
Hmm.
But I think for all intents and purposes, Order 66 should have been um, the last Republic Commando book, and the only reason she decided that Etain dies and Dar and Niner get left behind in the Empire was to ensure that that the story continued.
Hmm.
I think I think the story should have ended at Order 66. They get off planet, they get to Mandalore, they all live outside of the Empire happily ever after. And that was the perfect place to end it. And
Yeah.
then she didn't do that and did it in a kind of hand fisted way just so that the series could be continued.
Hmm.
That's my
And
very
and then
controversial.
refused to continue it.
Right.
Yeah.
Uh, only got one more book out of it.
Yeah. You may be right. That's the what ifs, the EU what ifs, you know?
yeah.
But again, and I have the publication timeline. Her first book was published October 26, 2004, was when Hard Contact. Her last book, Imperial Commando, was October 27th, 2009. 5 years and 1 day. She was her tenure in Star Wars.
Wow. That's
And
interesting.
she wrote 10 books. I want to say 5 short stories that were between all the insiders.
I only am aware of 2 off the top of my head, but
In his image.
In his image.
the
Targets.
yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Targets.
Targets.
There's another
Yeah.
Republic Commando one, and then there's A Practical Man,
Right.
which all of the Essential Legends collections, by the way, of the Republic Commando ones actually list Boba Fett, A Practical Man as one of her one of her books, which like I guess is technically true, but it's a short story. Shouldn't her other if you're gonna list that one,
It's longer than any of her other short stories, I think.
So it's more like a novella.
Yeah.
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 It was what it's like Darth Maul's Saboteur,
Mm.
which I just read and was really good.
Yeah, I like the Darth Maul books. I think they're all a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a shame what Maul became with TCW and then later Rebels, because it's bizarre. It's just a bizarre. It's not the Lucas character like at all. He never stops talking.
There is that.
He, how is he poop? That I remember when Visionaries came out, and the Obi-Wan story where Maul comes back for revenge, and he has the General Grievous legs, and I'm like looking at this, and my sister walks up, she's like, "What? Why are you looking at it like that?" My sister's a little kid, and I pointed to it, and she's like, "Oh, that's weird," because she's like, I was like 10 and she was like 4 or 5, and I'm like, how does he poop? And we both staring at this. We're
There's,
like,
there's there's no answer for that. There's like no. Once you say it like that, it's like, oh yeah, that doesn't quite work.
how would you survive being? I can't. I guess the dark side was so strong he stayed alive, but how do you eat after that? Because we know from Darth Bane Path of Destruction, the dark side can't keep you alive that long.
I always figured that it was Mother Talzin that did that. You know, I know there's this whole thing about his hatred kept him. If that was the case, then every Sith would have survived, you know, mortal wounds. But that never made sense. So, but Mother Talzin is the most powerful Night Sister out there. I mean, she's like next level, to the point that Palpatine is afraid of her. So I think that's how I viewed it, and that once you bring her into it, then it starts to make a little bit more sense how he's still alive.
Spoilers to Son of Dathomir. She dies. How is he still alive at that point?
Sort of dies. Like, so if you, like, when you rewatch the scene, she becomes this like ethereal, almost like spectral mist that appears to be potentially still undead. Let's put it that way.
Oh yeah, because they have the zombies. I forgot about.
Yeah,
the night.
Yeah, I think she's out there waiting to take a new form. You know, so she's more like an entity.
I'm sorry, Chad. I've been ignoring you, but this is too good to pass up.
Would have lived as a head in the jar like
that. Dooku would have lived as a head in a jar like that guy from
Right. Right. Yeah. I mean, it should be like, it should be a super rare thing. I mean, I kind of get it. I like that he became a sort of like adversary of Palpatine afterwards. I think that's interesting. That he became like a third faction. I did like that. So there are certain aspects about with Clone Wars and Rebels that took him.
Yeah. Well, we couldn't just have Savage Opress, the worst named character in all of Star Wars. We can thank Katie Lucas for that contribution.
I thought for sure his kids were going to take over Star Wars after he retired. I hadn't. It completely blindsided me that he sold it to Disney.
I was so worried about Katie taking over. She was the only one that really expressed interest.
Right.
Because I remember any of her contributions to TCW were always just dumb. Like, for not I can't think of a more polite term than that. They were just weird.
Yeah, on the weaker side. When I read the book based on what would have been the Clone Wars multi-part, what was it called? The one that had Asajj in it and Quinlan Voss. If
Dark
these
Disciples.
Yeah, like that was one for the fireplace for me, because that was like, if this was planned for the Clone Wars, this is like irreconcilably contradictory.
Well, Filoni's contradicted it. He brought Ventress back in Bad Batch.
Yeah, that's true.
He does not care. That man does not give. I tell you what, the one thing he cares about, Darth Maul, Son of Dathomir, is the only because I think he wrote the original script.
Why hasn't that been adapted? I love Son of Dathomir.
He references it in the last season of TCW,
but he doesn't like. That's the perfect, like, that's actually a missing piece of
because like Ahsoka ends up, they contradict the Ahsoka novel E.K. Johnston wrote.
He doesn't care. Adapt the damn thing.
He doesn't care about
and that precedes the Ahsoka novel
He,
anyway.
oh
So-
my god! Remember Shipyards of Doom, the first digest size TCW tie-in,
I remember.
where it contradicted Empire Strikes Back, and he said, "I'm going to do the same thing again, but not. We're going to carbon freeze everyone again." I hated Shipyards of Doom so much. I didn't collect the rest of the digests when they came out.
Wow.
And I had to hunt them down, and I spent too much money on that for what those are. Because
some are fun.
I like the one with the swoop gang and from Shadows of the Empire.
Yeah.
Big
Jizz.
Big Jizz, and oh god, what was the Chiss Jedi?
Oh.
Because it's the tie-in to Secret Missions.
Yes. I like that.
Right,
yeah.
Yeah,
Rider,
which
rocks. Yeah.
You've heard the rumor that he was setting up for the swoop gang in Shadows of the Empire, if I'm not mistaken, with the secret missions. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, I would like to confirm or deny that with him.
Yeah, I feel bad for him. The Lucasfilm did him dirty. That's kind of appalling.
Yeah, that's a whole thing. Yeah, I know he feels that way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we'll have to leave it at that, unfortunately. But yeah, that was cool. He did his homework. He's another one that really, and I always those are the writers I always admire because they're willing to go that extra mile and do the research, as opposed to others that just don't quite care.
You mean that just talk about military stuff constantly, like in Jedi Trial, the gun sergeant chapter?
Oh, I was going to say this. My main problem with Jedi Trial is that, and it's really unfortunate because it's like the only time we see Corrin's grandfather in like action in the prequels, right?
Oh, right.
But at the end of it, when he like reveals, "Oh yeah, I have a wife too," and it's like that completely ruins Revenge of the Sith because like now he knows there's another option. like wait, Jedi can have wives and it's okay. Like,
right, Ki-Adi-Mundi was supposed to be the exception, the sole exception to the rule.
Yes, and that was specifically because of the extenuating circumstances of like the birth rates of his species. Like he needed wives just to for the proliferation of his species. That was
right.
it.
Yes.
But now it's like, oh yeah, I have a wife. It's fine. They're cool. Like what? No, that what?
Yeah, I hate that. Because I always interpreted it that he was like a rogue Jedi, kind of like Kyle Katarn's dad. Mm-hmm. Kind of like one of those Altus. That's the head that they.
Yeah.
Where they're Jedi. They're kind of like the Qui-Gons. They're like more extreme Qui-Gons.
Right. Yeah, that's like, a great way of putting it. Yeah.
They don't want to be a part of the war, but and they believe that the Jedi teaching shouldn't just be for Jedi. I love that, and that's something I loved in No Prisoners.
I did too. I actually thought when I was reading them, I'm like, huh, if I was a Jedi, I would probably join that group. Because I like their philosophy and ideology a bit better than at least in the prequel era Jedi. But that was kind of the whole point too, is that the prequel era Jedi got so hidebound and stuck on dogma, and then instead of serving the Force, they were serving the Republic.
And like they got complacent on top of that.
Yeah.
And that's like that's especially what Lucino really dealt with that in Darth Plagueis.
He did. And there were all these red flags that they were sort of ignoring, you know.
Well,
Like,
I mean,
Yoda-
just look at the Republic comics or like Star Wars Volume 2. It's all those little fires that just keep happening.
right.
Or Jedi Council Acts of War. That should have been a red flag.
It's like they were in too deep, though, at that point. By the time the Clone Wars started, they were so entrenched
Mm-hmm.
that they wouldn't have known how to pull out at that point and be like, oh, well, we're keepers of the peace. Because for so long that just wasn't true. Like, really. I mean, yeah, they did. Yeah, I mean, they did keep the peace, but they were also sort of fighting as soldiers for the Republic.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's like, oh, so what are the optics on that as far as the Republic is, like, you know, the citizens of the Republic is concerned? Like, oh, now that we need you the most, you've decided you're not going to fight. So it was, you know, they got themselves in a bind from which they couldn't extricate themselves.
Yes.
Which is, again, it's just brilliant in how Palpatine, you know, maneuvered all of this. That to me is so fascinating.
One of the greatest lines in the EU, and I think it comes from the Revenge of the Sith novelization, it's Mace Windu. It's when he's trying to like convince Palpatine, he's trying to convince Anakin to spy on the Chancellor, and he's saying like, and it's what Labyrinth of Evil set up was like they traced back the Sith to like 500 Republica, and they think it's someone close to Palpatine. And Mace Windu says to Anakin, the only reason we don't suspect it's Palpatine is because he already controls the galaxy. And it's like, oh, you are so close.
Oh yeah.
You're right there.
It's literally right in front of them. They don't see it. It's like, no, it can't be him. It's got to be someone else.
Well, and then Mace Windu is sensing the shatter point when they get back after they crash Anakin crashes the invisible hand into Coruscant. As they come out, he sees the big shatter point, and he knows something's up, but he doesn't know what. And it's the Mace Windu stuff in Revenge of the Sith is so sad.
Yeah.
Because when he figures it out, and it's just too late.
It's also unfortunate because I think any other Jedi present at that scene but Mace Windu, things might have turned out differently. But the broken relationship between him and Anakin, you know, like he's the very worst Jedi that could be there at that moment. Because Anakin's just at that point has had enough.
But it's also
his crap,
the manipulation and the knowledge of his adversaries that, and again, the Revenge of the Sith novelization just as beautifully, and it sets up Utapau as a trap, but it's not a trap in the sense that Obi-Wan is getting trapped. It's a trap that Palpatine knows the only one who is Anakin's moral center is Obi-Wan, and if he can get Obi-Wan out of the picture, that he can manipulate him to do what he wants. And that's as soon as Obi-Wan is off Coruscant, that's when everything happens. That's when the conversation of what do you want happens. That's when that's when the executive powers, when he doesn't step down from the executive powers, that's when all of that happens, is when Obi-Wan isn't there to be his moral compass.
I also think too that if Yoda were given another chance to have that final conversation with Anakin, he might have chose his words a little differently. You know, he might have pulled from, like, because at that point, had he heard Qui-Gon's voice?
Yes, but
that's what I would have done if I were him.
Well, if we go off of TCW, he knows. He's actually had conversations with Qui-Gon. Well, actually, Revenge of the Sith, they talk about it too. But yeah, he's talked to Qui-Gon somewhat.
Because Anakin's reaching out for hope at that moment because he's worried that his vision is going to come true and Padme will die. And Yoda, he's just not giving him that at all. He's kind of giving him like Jedi platitudes. you know. It's just, it's so sad. Like the writing in a lot of the prequels, I think, is very well layered, despite some of the complaints that we can have with it. I think on the other side of it, there's some real excellent layering, because it's not just one thing. There's a lot of things leading to the fall of Anakin. To the point, actually, where I kind of wish in the original trilogy there was a bit more, because now Palpatine has no relationship with Luke. And he doesn't really have much over him. I mean, he's got a vague threat that, oh yeah, you know, your sister and your friend is in danger, but it's very vague.
He doesn't put the sisters. That's Vader that puts the sister.
It is. You're right. It's Vader. It's Vader. It's more like, oh, your friends. Your friends
it is
gonna die. Yeah.
The whole thing with that in Return of the Jedi is that Luke wants to save his father, which Yoda even says is probably not possible.
Right.
But Luke thinks it is, and he thinks that Vader can be redeemed, and that's what the Emperor is holding over him. And
yeah, all right. It feel compared to how he manipulated Anakin.
Oh, I think that manipulating Anakin's a lot better.
Yeah, like it feels very tenuous. Like oh, Palpies, you kind of dropped the ball there a little bit. Like you haven't like, I don't know, like maybe, I don't know, like maybe there should have been a scenario in which Luke saw that they really were in danger. I don't know. I always try to think of scenarios in which that could have been a bit more, because it feels a little lazy on Palpatine's part, to be honest.
Yeah.
To think that Luke is going to come over, like, all right, you're not presenting a great case for yourself for him to be like, yeah, all right, I'm going to join you. You know, you and Vader, who I've been fighting, you know, up until 5 minutes ago. Like
my whole thing with it is it's done better in Empire. Empire, it's the implication that Luke can be controlled through Vader as the father.
Right. That's good.
And there could be the hatred of what Vader is, and then Luke would usurp Vader. Kind of,
yeah.
But
I can kind of see what he wants.
Well, I get why Palpatine wants Luke, because there aren't Jedi left, let alone Jedi that or Force sensitives that powerful as Luke.
Right.
He has no idea Leia exists.
Right.
And he has no idea that a shard head exists. That's clear. Like, I'm thinking on an EU standpoint, because no one knows about that other than Obi-Wan, and Obi-Wan unfortunately took that to the grave. There wasn't a warning about that.
Yeah, that, like, you're right. Like, technically, there really should be no other Jedi, except ones that are deep, deep, deep in hiding.
Like Kukruk.
You know, Kukruk.
Potentially Quinlan Voss. Although if they were to give Quinlan Voss a happy ending, I think he quit being a Jedi, and just because he didn't want to be anymore.
Right. Right.
He wanted to be a dad.
Yeah, but Ahsoka shouldn't be alive in that time frame. She really shouldn't.
Well, I don't. That's why Oh, Ahsoka.
Yeah.
I've always thought if you're going to have Ahsoka, the way they handled it in Rebels, I think, was a misstep, especially the last season when they brought her. She went to the world between worlds thing. I don't like that as a concept. It just convolutes things for not a very good reason. I don't.
Well, the reason, apparently the reason was to keep her around, which isn't a good reason, because it doesn't really make sense that she's around in the original trilogy. She shouldn't be. It's otherwise she would be a major target for for Palpatine and Vader,
Especially Vader.
especially Vader.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, there's the art that Lucas said was canon of them Vader having a final duel with a younger Ahsoka. It's that art book that has the new, I think it has a new Darth Talon in it, and that's the only other thing it's known for.
right.
Um, so, but Lucas said it was canon simply because that's the end of Ahsoka, and Dave Filoni never liked it.
Yeah, I mean, you have to know when it's time for your character to die. I've never been one for these sort of like shock value deaths for the sake of shock value. That's why I never really cared much for The Walking Dead. I thought that they weren't done well in many cases.
Comics or TV?
In the show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Comics became that way too because the show started doing it.
I'm not a Kirkman. I've read some of the early comics. I'm just not. Kirkman's not for me.
Kirkman's kind of stopped caring about being a good author because he didn't have to be anymore. And and there's a reason Invincible and Walking Dead don't exist anymore.
Huh. There you go. So yeah, but Filoni goes the other extreme, which is he never wants to kill off a character, even
he never wants to kill Ahsoka and Rex, because he killed Cad Bane, which I was shocked that he went ahead and did that.
That's true. I forgot that he did kill Cad Bane. That's right. That series, that Book of Boba Fett series, I've just wiped from my brain because I found it so awful.
I watched it while I was sick, and I remember I think it was strep throat. It was another time I had strep throat. I just watch Star Wars when I get really sick, and I watched Boba Fett, and it was the bad Wookiee, Black Krrsantan, the Marvel character, fought two Gamorreans, and it looked stupid, so they put it in a slow-mo and they put a shaky effect on it. It's clearly they're not shaking the camera. It's like an effect that they put on the video, and it looked. I was wheezing, like I couldn't like guffaw like I wanted to because my throat couldn't handle it. But I was just Gabby, my fiance. She came by. We were like newly dating, and she's like, "Why are you laughing?" Because I was staying I had a studio apartment at the time, and so you'd walk in and there was just the bed, and it was just completely disheveled, and I'm just like rolling laughing.
She's like, what's so funny? Like, look at this scene.
Yeah, she didn't.
Look at Boba Fett, quote unquote, being pushed around by these teenagers. Like
Boba Fett in his dress, his Tuscan like kilt.
Why is he not getting his ship at the final battle? Why is he riding in on a Rancor, as cool as that might look, instead of riding in on his ship? And then
why was Danny Trejo with the Rancor? Why is Din Djarin so terrible with the Darksaber?
Why is Din Djarin in that series? Like, why did they have to ruin the Mandalorian to
why is Luke's hair
writing this stuff?
Why is Luke's hair so bad? It's like a warped Ken doll. Because Luke's hair is pretty bad in Return of the Jedi. I think we can all admit that it looks like a Ken doll. Not as bad as when he in the holiday special, which is like clearly after the car accident.
Yeah,
and he looks all shiny because like they put all that makeup on him.
Yeah,
He looks like a Ken doll there, but he kind of has like Ken doll hair in the Book of Boba Fett. The deep fake's a bit better because they actually had Mark Hamill sit in for scenes.
the deep. It was good. That was cool. It was
It was
interesting seeing the response that fans had to Luke actually behaving and
like
like
Luke.
Luke, as opposed to what they did, the character assassination that they did to him, not just in The Last Jedi, but in The Force Awakens as well.
Oh
But
yeah,
particularly in The Last Jedi. I mean, it was character assassination of all three of them, Han, Luke, and Leia, in terms of how they were portrayed. But yeah, you just didn't. That's not, nobody who wanted to see that besides the director, a Luke that had given up. I don't understand that. I'll never understand that.
Ryan Johnson suffers from, I call it Kevin Smith's. Are you rolling coins, Dylan?
No.
He once rolled a bunch of quarters and just started smashing them around and ruined a recording. So I get real tense about these things.
That's funny. So you had to re-record everything?
No.
No, I edited around it. I was very angry to do so. That sometimes he likes to antagonize me, I think.
No, my coins are over there.
Yeah, they stay over there.
Actually, I do have the one wooden Star Wars coin, but
oh, cool,
That's
nice,
cool.
yeah, it's credit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what was I saying?
We were ranting about the sequel trilogy, which is
Ryan Johnson suffers from Kevin Smith syndrome, where his best film is his first film, and everything else is like a step down. But for Ryan Johnson, it's like, I mean, did you see Knives Out 2? It's horrific.
Yeah, I didn't. I wasn't a fan of it. I did like the first one, admittedly. I thought the first one was okay, but
I hated Daniel Craig's hee-haw voice. It's up there with when he did an American accent for Tomb Raider, the first.
Yeah,
that's like one of his first movies. He does an American accent, and Angelina Jolie does a British accent.
That
was wow.
The guy from Red Dwarf is in that that series. His name escapes me, but that's a fantastic series. If you want like a funny science fiction series, Red Dwarf is great. If you guys haven't seen it, what's his name? Yeah. In any case, but yeah, it's a shame that this whole thing was sort of replaced, with and they've doubled down, now with like a new Rey movie coming out. Like if it comes out,
I don't think it will.
I question that, but then again, I had heard that Kathleen Kennedy was going to step down and move to another, part of her career, and that hasn't happened.
Move to the old folks' home. She's a little young for it, but I don't know what happened to her to make her so vindictive. Something must have happened to her.
Well, you can be a good producer and not a good showrunner, and I think once that backlash came about, she got very defensive, but I just think you ought to just course correct rather than, and the course correct isn't like, well, we're not going to do movies, we're just going to do shows, but then the shows are terrible too. It's like, guys, you had like the biggest IP like in modern history, and you just like, why don't you have the best writers, the best directors, not the hottest, not
yeah, we should have gotten I don't know. We should have gotten what Tristan always wanted when we were on Minox Nest, Quentin Tarantino to direct a Star Wars movie.
I'm not a Tarantino fan.
Are you not?
No, I'm not. I don't like him. I don't like him as a person. I don't like what he did to Uma Thurman. I don't. I'm not, and I don't even really like his films very much either. I don't know what it is. There's a griminess. I don't mean to, like there's an undercurrent that I find off-putting.
Well, it's just a down and dirty way of filming. Robert Rodriguez is the same. They just have like a grime to a lot of their stuff.
And I was expecting him to bring some of that to Book of Boba Fett, and he didn't.
He was barely involved with that. I think he only directed one episode.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But then again, he also made Sin City: A Dame to Kill For, which is probably one of the worst comic book movies ever made.
I haven't seen it. I have not seen it.
It's horrifically bad.
Okay. I've never. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
The first Sin City, is like the perfect comic book movie. It's just word for word the comics.
I thought for me, V for Vendetta actually improved on the source material.
Oh, are you familiar with my dislike of Alan Moore?
I'm not. Oh, interesting. I love Alan.
It's his politics. I hate his politics. They're so leftist and just in your face about it. Like his hatred of Margaret Thatcher, a dead woman, it still prevails today. It's just shocking how much he hated that woman, and it's like I'm a big what's that?
It seems a lot of people who lived through those years have that.
Well, also, I'm a big Steve Ditko fan, who is very opposite. And Alan Moore, in a memoir to like Steve Ditko, just trash talked him. I'm like, the dude's dead. Like, just because you didn't agree with his politics, because Steve Ditko was an Ayn Rand like objectivist. Like just that opposite bizarre extreme. That's like if you've ever read The Question, that is an objectivist superhero. But like I hate Watchmen. Like I hate that. Well, I don't like the movie, but I like that Zack Snyder changed because like you want okay, let me ask you this, Joe. Who do you side with in Watchmen? Who do you feel bad for at the end?
Night Owl. I know
well,
in the movie it's Rorschach that you feel bad, but you're not supposed to You're
supposed to side with Dr. Manhattan.
Well, because he's got his point in his mind has validity.
But it doesn't have validity to the audience. That's
certainly not in the film.
Oh well, I mean in the comic.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it does. I don't think that. I get what he's going for, and Alan Moore has some of the greatest scenes ever put in comics. The end of The Killing Joke is incredible. It's almost more incredible than the rest of the comic. Like he has these moments that I think he just fixates on. And there's a bunch of them in V for Vendetta, and there's a bunch of them in Watchmen. But I think he can't bridge them together. Also, the hatred of women is kind of shocking. Have you ever read League of Extraordinary Gentlemen?
I have it. It's on my to read list.
Oh,
I didn't realize it was problematic in that way. Like V for Vendetta is problematic because Evie is underage.
Well, there's just like near S assault. We have to be careful.
Yeah.
YouTube always changes the guideline. They have to be.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, it's not as bad as Frank Miller is the worst with women, except for Elektra. I don't know why Elektra is the one that's more developed, but Sin City, it's like the women are. I just talked about this in my Tomb Raider review I did this morning, but they're one of two things. They are prostitutes, or they have to have sex with men, and that's what drives them. Even in A Dame to Kill For, where the antagonist is a woman and she's like brilliantly evil, she is driven by sex
Hmm.
almost too much. Like it's kind of like a succubus thing, which I wouldn't mind so much, but it also could kind of controls her and her undoing, but which I don't care for. But it's just like I don't. If you're going to be so going back to Alan Moore with, if you want to lean in that direction with his politics, it just doesn't make sense to throw something opposite. You would deem like typically opposite. It just doesn't. His stuff doesn't make sense. Is what I'm getting at, and
Yeah.
It's late in the night.
No,
Frustrated.
there's a hypocrisy there. I mean, there's no justifying what he did in Lost Girls. Like that's
Oh yeah.
severely problematic.
The
And
only my one exception to not liking Alan Moore, I like his Swamp Thing run. I like
that's
Saga of the
that's
Swamp.
that's where I first was introduced to him. Was in
Okay, yeah, that makes. So, see, I read Watchmen first and was just bewildered. I was in high school and I had never read anything quite like it. And I was just like, and like my teachers, my English teachers were like, they thought it was profound. They're like, that's a comic you can actually read in here. That's literary art.
Yeah,
And
that
like,
was the era in which English teachers were accepting graphic novels as, legitimate works of art as opposed to comic book trash, which is how prior generations had considered.
well, I mean, the funny thing is, my teachers wouldn't accept me reading Star Wars comics in class. They wouldn't accept any. They wouldn't accept Walking Dead either.
Alan Moore wrote Star Wars. He should have pointed that out. Say, hey,
Well, I didn't know that at the time, and then I
nobody
wish
did, unless he lived in the UK.
Devil. That's something else. Devil Worlds. Ugh. It's
I love
both
him.
I love it and I don't love it.
I love him. When I first read those, my mind was blown. I wrote an essay on them, and of course, I built out an entire story from them. So yeah.
I know you love them. I love that they exist. If that makes sense.
It does. Yeah.
Because I it's not my cup of tea, but I'm not going. It's not like Wild Space, the novel, or Stealth and Siege, where like it's
Well,
just
because they're a few pages only. That's the other part, is they're very palatable in that they're very short. But I love what he accomplishes in such a short, like what he's saying is very sort of multifaceted.
yeah, and just like the science fiction of it is fascinating.
Yeah, one could argue the horror, because they're essentially horror tales, horror slash definitely weird fiction in terms of Talatny Throws a Shape. Oh, but even my brain just went.
What's
the
the
one
one
where
where
Vader's playing chess? Dark Lord's Conscience, Dark Lord's Devilry. There's two things. Dark Lord's Conscience, where he's playing Firepath.
with
So
the squid thing.
yeah.
Thing, yeah.
This is kind of like what we were talking about earlier, where you see he's wearing his influences on his sleeve, because that stuff's all kind of it's very Weird Tales, circa 1920, 1930.
Yeah.
Those are the kinds of and that's like my love, like my main love is that stuff. So it's cool seeing him draw on that in a Star Wars context.
Let's segue here for one more thing before, because we've been on for 4 hours now.
Wow.
So let's talk about Supernatural Encounters here. I have not read it yet. Primarily because I want a physical copy, Joe. If it's that long, I just read it better physically. So
Yeah.
I'm just waiting to. I need to make some copies, or
yeah,
send me some copies. Wink,
definitely.
wink.
Yeah,
but
we'll see what we can do.
let's talk about Supernatural Encounters, where that came from, how long that was cooking in the oven for you. Like,
I have yeah, that stems from, what did I do with it? That stems from way back. Yeah, show and tell. That stems from when Rich Hanley and I began writing for Star Wars Gamer for the Marvelous Aliens piece. Was the first of what was supposed to be a series, and then Cult Encounters would have followed, and then Supernatural Encounters would have kind of built off of that. But I can say this now because, like, Rich has publicly said it, so I'm now free to say it. But Rich was blacklisted at the time. Yeah, he had asked permission if he could write for Cinef. I thought it was Cinefantastique, but now he's telling me it was a different magazine. In any case, he got the permission. He wrote the article. It wasn't anything negative. It was positive. But then he got word down the grapevine that they weren't happy about the fact that he had written for that magazine. And then he was like silently blacklisted. And one person was able to tell him what the deal was, because nobody else would. He just, because he was writing regular columns for the Insider. We had just started Gamer, and no one would tell him why he wasn't being given any more material to write. So that was a big bummer. That and then, like, losing, because Abel Pena, Rich, and I were supposed to write the essential chronology. Is that what it's called? The essential. What was it? I have it on
the Reader's Companion.
Yeah, that's it. The Reader's Companion. Like, we were about to sign to write that book, and then it was pulled, and it was going to be written in-house. So I was like, oh, all right, that's a bummer too. So it was like a kind of a domino effect of bummers. But Rich was like, no, run with it. I don't have the heart to do anymore. So I was like, well, I don't feel particularly great about this either. But a few years passed, and then Pablo was in charge of Hyperspace, and like I said, we knew Pablo from before he worked for Lucasfilm. So I was like, hey, Pablo, we've got these unpublished stories. Are you interested? And he was like, yeah, definitely. So I sent Cult Encounters. It had to be reworked a little bit. Rich wrote 2 parts of it, and I wrote 2 parts of it. But one of the ones he wrote was more of a comedic piece. And he's like, it totally doesn't fit with the rest of this. He goes, and I don't have the heart to write anything more. So you take it and run with it. So I forgot the name of the piece that I wrote to replace the one that he didn't want in there any longer. So that was cool. That was submitted, and then I wrote Supernatural Encounters, released like the skeleton of it, and sent it to Pablo. And it's like, this is just the bare, the sort of like the rough draft. This is not intended to be. So he was encouraging, and I continued to send updated drafts. I got a contract, I got tax forms, I signed them. He's like, this is really long. He goes, this is going to have to be published in installments, online, published online on Hyperspace, which at the time was a paid portion of the fan club. So it was going to have exclusive content, and he wanted to bring in additional stories. So like Skywalker's was supposed to be published on that, and there was a lot of us that had actually submitted different things. But when the Clone Wars started, the Filoni Clone Wars, like management seemed to change, and like everything kind of shifted and twisted, and so I still sent updated manuscripts. I'm like, is it, he's like, yeah, it's not, as long as it's not put on a schedule, you can keep working on it. So I said, oh, I will. And then hyperspace went away. And then we never got, like, we were all kind of left in limbo with nothing was canceled, but we weren't told, like, what are you going to do anything with these stories? We didn't know. There was no communication, which was frustrating, I think, to a lot of us. But the publishing world is like that. It just is. Like, I've had this happen with other publishers as well. So you move on, and I did. I worked on other things. I got involved in my own small press publishing company. I wrote the Sequart books and a bunch of Oz books, and X-Files and Blade Runner, and old kinds of different things. And then the Disney buyout happened, and so I was like, Abel had reached out to Dan and Matt at Lucasfilm, so Rich and I were like, well, let's do the same. So we did, and they were on board with running with this thing, and it was the same thing. It was like, well, this isn't quite done yet. It needs work. They're like, yeah, you have the time until it's put on a schedule. It was kind of the same thing with like Pablo. It was like, all right, well, I'm going to keep working on this, and then I'll reach out to you when it's done, which I did. But by that point, I had heard through the grapevine that Legends content was not something that they were at all dealing with. So it was kind of a limbo thing. But I had released a beta version online just to gauge, like, is this worth pursuing? Is there any interest in this? And there seemed to be, which is why I spent, the next few years, like, gathering a half dozen editors and illustrators and the whole 9 yards to say, well, I don't know that Lucasfilm is ever going to, because with Matt and Dan, the idea was I put it on, because they said the same thing, like, this is really long. I said, well, I can do what Abel did. Abel put his on his site and linked to it from the Star Wars blog. I said, I can do the same thing. And so they were cool with that idea. And I didn't mind. And so I wrote up a whole thing for the Star Wars blog as an introduction, talking about Alan Moore and those comics, the pizzazz material, the early Marvel stuff, and how this basically was a springboard for that to kind of bring it all kind of full circle, because Archie Goodwin and Roy Thomas were developing this Cosmic Wars backstory that they reference in the Immortal Gods of the Sith, and all these like interesting things that no one ever picked up on. It's like it was just like forgotten, because the Marvel series was largely forgotten. That's in large part why. But I hadn't forgotten, and I loved that stuff, and I had ideas in my head as to how this could fit into the larger EU, and so that it's all relevant and makes sense. All the weird stuff, like even like from West End Games with Other Space.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah,
like you have this whole other dimension out there filled with weird stuff, and like that. I was surprised that like no one had like taken that and made like a book series, with adventures in Other Space. So I did. I was happy to. I was happy to pick up all of those kind of loose threads and kind of fit it together. So that was it. That was pretty much a genesis of it, and it became a bit of a beast. It's a very long kind of like complex sort of thing. But I don't know. I'm looking forward to hearing you guys' thoughts when you do, ever get to reading.
Oh
it.
yeah. It just part of it hasn't worked out. I'm I've got so much stuff I'm reviewing right now. I just started my reread of John Jackson Miller's KOTOR,
Nice.
which
Nice.
oh man, which
That's
we'll get into our
great
last
series.
subject here of what we're reading. Joe, what are you reading right now?
I just finished Legacy 2. I don't think I had ever initially finished it the first time around. So that was interesting. And I'd forgotten a lot. Even with the Legacy 1 material, I'd forgotten a lot. Like I said, I didn't really love it, but it's fine. It is what it is. And I'm still reading Clark Ashton Smith. I'm reading his poetry now. So there's that. I'm always reading like a bunch of things at the same time.
Oh, same.
Right. I don't know that it's still working for me to do that, but I like it conceptually. But then sometimes, like if I take too long and I go back, I'm like, wait, where did I leave off?
Yeah.
So maybe I'll stop doing that moving forward. But yeah, I think I can't even remember what else I'm reading. Oh, I'm writing that's what I've been working on. I'm sort of on vacation these last few weeks since I got into a car accident and lost my dog, and I decided to take a vacation. Because I hadn't had one in a long time. Like I just stay home and relax. So of course I can't sit still. So my friend editor Corey said, "Oh, what are your favorite horror films?" Because he had always avoided the genre when he was younger. So, the normal person's response would be to just knock off 4 or 5 names, but I couldn't do that. I'm like, I'll make a list for you, and that began as a top 20 list, but it couldn't remain. Then it was like, all right, it'll be a top 33, and that became a top 50. Which became 66, 77. It's now a top 107 list with honorable mentions.
Sounds like you're writing a sequel to Dance Macabre.
It really does, man. It's insane. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, but I'm enjoying it because I do love the genre. There's a few things I missed along the way, and then some newer things from the last few years that I wasn't able to watch because I was so busy writing Supernatural Encounters. So yeah, I'm loving it. It's great. So that's been like the project that I've been sort of working on. So anyway, you guys tell me what you're reading and enjoying.
Dylan.
I alluded to it earlier, but I'm trudging my way through Early Republic. I just finished a Shared Het's introduction, and I'm on the next story that he's in. Early Republic is just the main thing that I'm having trouble with is I just don't like Ki-Adi-Mundi as a character, and he is so heavily featured in a lot of these stories. And it's just like, not again.
Have you gotten to the introduction of the Dark One, the Dark Lady?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. So he's early on. Yeah. Ki-Adi-Mundi will taper off, and then she'll come into focus.
Yeah, and so yeah. I think she shows up in Emissaries to Malastar.
Right.
I think I have read done that one.
Yeah, she shows up and she has like a little duel with Asherod Head.
Oh, that's what I'm reading right now, I believe. Emissaries Malastar, yeah.
Okay. That's early on. There's a cameo from a character in Phantom Menace that did make me laugh in that. I'm not going to say who.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know who it is. All right.
I'm not going to say, but it's so wacky and goofy. I remember thinking it's pretty funny, but also Emissaries to Malastar is Matthew Stover references it in Shatterpoint.
That's right.
I had to explain that one to my father, who's really loved Shatterpoint, but he was like, "Oh, what is this?" I'm like, "Oh, it's from a comic." He's like, "Oh, I don't read those."
There you go. There you go. That's always good.
But, man, I have read so much Star Wars this week. I read a bunch of the pre-episode 1 tales. A lot of the Mace Windu tales. a couple really bad Obi-Wan Qui-Gon ones that had
Yeah.
me contemplating why Tales existed. Then I
The
skimmed.
the Anakin episode 1 adventures are quite interesting.
Oh
They,
yeah, I'll get to that. I have
okay.
thoughts
All right.
that I will save for later
Okay.
on that. I haven't done a reread of that though.
Okay.
And I read Vow of Justice, which is Star Wars issues 4 through 6, which is the young Keonda Moody story, which is fine.
Yeah.
And then Jedi: The Dark Side, which is the biggest waste of a comic.
That was the tie-in to
It's
was that the
Jedi.
tie-in?
It's a Jedi Apprentice prequel,
Yeah.
written a decade later from someone who doesn't remember what happened because it contradicts what Jude Watson set up in The Dark Rival by throwing Tall in for no reason and giving Tall a Padawan, but clearly an editor caught it. But after it was drawn out and had some clunky Jedi Council dialogue that Tall temporarily had this apprentice, when it's clear in Jedi Apprentice she never had an apprentice until she got Banff, and which makes the whole Banff thing all the more sad in that. And so that's a dumb comic. But then I read the catheter of all these comics, Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon on the Orient Express, which is best described as Speed 2 Cruise Control meets Hercule Poirot in all the worst ways possible. I don't know why this was written, but I do get why it took over a decade for it to get reprinted once and then another decade to get it reprinted a second time.
I've lost all memory of that. It just
Oh, well, I was going to ask you because I can't figure out how old Obi-Wan is in it. He looks too young to be. I want to say it's in that weird gap between the Genazen Arbor story arc and
right.
the Tall story arc. I think it's in that weird 3 years.
Is that where I
But
placed it on the timeline? If
I haven't looked. I haven't looked yet.
I
But
haven't looked in a long time, and I don't have a good memory for that stuff.
It's
I
weird.
did the research at the time
Well,
to see where it makes sense. You can't go by, like I've learned, the artwork because artwork is sort of
Well,
subject to
it's not that it's his height. He's significantly shorter.
which
in
would
it.
make it seem like he's just
A
fresh out
child.
of
But he's
the
moving
temple.
around more like the Ewan McGregor from Phantom Menace. But I don't know. He moves around like that when he fights Onanobis. He has that duel with her in the Dangerous Rescue. He has a pretty competent duel with her. It's the first time he's competently dueled with anyone other than Bruck Chun, who was younger than him.
Brock, yeah. That was a great character. That whole series was amazing.
The Captive Temple might be one of the craziest children's books I've ever read. I read it this reread. It's the one I read in one sitting. Actually, no, I read The Threat Within, the last one, in one sitting too.
I love it.
Those were Captive Temples, like the most wild thing. I mean, it opens with Yoda's. There's an attempt to kill Yoda.
Yeah. You're speaking of hard books to place on the timeline. I do remember this. Allegiance by Tim Zahn.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit no matter if there's nothing on the timeline. It doesn't fit because
the characters are acting too old. That's like
the characters don't make any sense. Luke is never that like incompetent, and I mean Zahn just completely emasculates him in that book. He has to rely on Obi-Wan, the ghost of Obi-Wan, for everything. which is like super annoying and it doesn't make sense. And Han is extremely crotchety. It's like I've never seen him so irritated. Like he's just
He acts
pissed
like
off.
an old man. He acts like an
Right.
old man the whole
Yeah.
time. And I'm like,
It's like,
I-
wait, don't forget that they're friends. Like they also too, like where that book is supposed to be set, there are all these stories where they're having these adventures together. It doesn't make sense that Luke is so like he's it's like Zahn rewound his age to like 5 years before A New Hope, and then like sped up Han's age, so he's like a 90-year-old, like crabby, like don't bother me,
I hate the
rebellion sucks.
I hate that the Mara's in there.
And who is extremely amazing at everything. So as much as I talk about like Rey being like a Mary Sue, like Mara in that book specifically is very much a Mary Sue. Like she's great at every little thing, and Luke is terrible at everything.
Well, it's because that I think, when did Allegiance come out? Was it after Legacy of the Force Sacrifice?
No, it was before.
Okay.
Dylan knows.
Dylan knows that most things Star Wars.
Uh,
Or he'll look it up fast enough that I don't have to do anything. It's a great partnership.
It came out 4 months before Sacrifice.
Oh. He probably knew.
I would have sent that draft back.
I forget who said this, but there was a panel at the time at some convention that was before Sacrifice happened that Timothy Zahn was, and multiple writers and editors who were involved with Legacy of the Force were on, and Timothy Zahn was going on and on about Mara and stuff, and no one said anything. Even though they all like 100% knew what was going to happen.
I wonder if he spoke at Detroit any since.
Oh, do you think he holds a grudge against him for that? That's interesting.
He, from what I've been told, didn't take it well. There's a reason that Survivor's Quest is the end of the Zahn timeline.
Very interesting.
And it also, like, I remember when Scoundrels came out, I was shocked that Zahn was writing a new book. And then I was mortified what he was doing with it, which I will say, it's similar to this Indiana Jones book I'm reading called Indiana Jones the Sky Pirates, where Indiana Jones has to form a team to figure out why there's flying saucers, which it has no archaeology in it. The characters aren't memorable. In fact, I don't know what's going on in this book, and I've been actively reading it for a month.
That's how I felt about Scoundrels.
And that's how I felt about Scoundrels. It's like, why do we have to put Ocean's 11 in things? Or better yet, Scoundrels is a little better than Sky Pirates. Barton Caden should not have written this. In fact, I think he wrote it and then was told he got the job at Lucasfilm, and he shoehorned Indiana Jones into it because Indiana Jones doesn't make sense. He's doing work for the British government in it. Which that's also the framing device for Caden's other book, which he was going to write several of them, but he died after writing the second one. And then Max McCoy took over. The one redeeming fact of this has the most continuity between other properties of Indiana Jones. It references all of the McGregor books, and it references the Young Indiana Jones show, because that had started when this came out. And this is also why this got an RPG supplement in West End Games.
Interesting. I like the show.
I like the original edits of it. I don't care for this George Lucas re-edits so much. because it changes the timeline. It makes things a little funky, and we're like Noah and I have been discussing this, and it's like certain episodes just don't work because he put two episodes together and try to make them a movie.
I never saw the originals. I've only ever seen the re-edited versions
You've never seen old Indy, or Eye Patch Indy
on YouTube.
Okay.
I've seen that.
Well, that's the one that proves that the Dracula episode was just a joke. Do you remember the Dracula episode?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. That didn't happen. He was just scaring kids, as I recall.
Okay.
Which is pretty funny.
All right.
But it also sets up that he has a daughter. Well, he has multiple children.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Which is still canon, technically.
Is it though? Wouldn't Indy 4 have?
He has different children with different women.
Okay.
It's Indiana Jones. Although I will say Max McCoy did a thing where he got cursed with a different crystal skull and he couldn't have sex or he'd die. It's like something like that. That's a thing.
Really? That's a thing?
Soon. Like he couldn't get close to anyone like that, or bad things would happen. It was something like that. And that's a running narrative for a bunch of, I think, all of Max McCoy's books.
Wow. Those EU novels are pretty wild then.
Well, Max McCoy got the rights to do certain things. Well, oh my God. Indiana Jones, The Interior World, he rides on the back of a unicorn at one point. It's wild. It's about like Hollow Earth.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That was a big, like, for the pulps, that was like a thing for the time, and that's where Indiana Jones sort of belongs. So that makes sense.
There's a couple Hollow Earth stories. They're both in the novels. There are so many Philosopher's Stone stories because you have to say, oh, there's different Philosopher's Stones.
Right.
Because one's a liquid, which is really weird.
But, what did you think of the last film, by the way, the fifth one?
Oh, I despised it.
Okay.
Because it's modern writing taken to its worst extreme. And I appreciate Harrison Ford being a good sport and adding his own things into it. I like Indy's old and he's sad that his son died. And that's the extent of what I did like that that when the Spear of Destiny that they're looking for is a fake.
Right.
I'm like, oh, I remember I like slumped in my chair because I'm like, oh, they're giving up on continuity. It's like, it's a fake. I'm like, because he went after the Spear of Destiny a year later with Henry Jones Sr.
Oh, okay. All right.
That was a comic.
Yeah, I remember it. I remember that coming out. Yeah.
The 90s, yeah.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, okay, we're not ruining continuity. It fits in continuity. That's the thing. It doesn't contradict at all.
Okay.
But there isn't enough in that part of the timeline to contradict.
That's true. Yeah.
It doesn't even contradict World War II stuff because nothing really happened in 1944.
Huh.
Other than he did some missions with Mac, but those happened in 42. There's a couple. There aren't a lot of 40s Indiana Jones stories, believe it or not. There's a couple.
That's a whole gap that needs to be filled.
Yeah, there are a couple. There's one where there's a couple where he takes on the Soviet Union, like Iron Phoenix, which deals with the Philosopher's Stone, that actually brings back Nazi zombies, which is pretty funny. But that's like, I think, the last appearance of Marcus Brody. He looks ancient in it, like he's an old man, and that's, I mean, he's 47. He was kind of old in Last Crusade, which was the decade before that. Makes sense.
Do you hate 4 as much as everybody else does?
I love the first half of 4. The first half is a good Indiana Jones film, and then he blows the dart back up the blowgun, and then he says part-time. Wrong. They put the wrong take in the movie. And then that
Huh.
have you not seen the Red Letter Media review where there's 2 different takes of him when Shia LaBeouf's like, "You're a teacher," and he says part-time. Like it's like a little pun. And in the trailer, because that made it in the trailer, he says part-time. Like it's like like it's got emphasis on it, and it's
Right.
kind of funny. In the movie, it goes part-time. Like they put the wrong take in. I swear it's an editing error, and they left it in the movie. Because why would you put the sleepy grandpa Harrison Ford take in? Because that right there is the beginning of the sleepy grandpa era of Harrison Ford. We're now into angry, crazed Harrison Ford. Like Kingdom of the second half's so bad. It's so dumb. There are worse Indiana Jones stories out there. I will say that. This is one. I couldn't tell you what happens in this. Or the Indiana Jones episode where he dates those 3 women at the same time.
That's like
That's
a sitcom.
probably the worst
That's like
episode
an
of
80s sitcom.
It's so stupid. It's the most embarrassing episode of that whole show. Or when he runs away with Leo Tolstoy.
Oh, in the
This
show?
little boy. I hate that.
I did like that episode. But I
It's
love Tolstoy, so
well, I
that was,
like Tolstoy too, but I don't like that. Or when he tries to teach Teddy Roosevelt that hunting's bad. That's pretty awful.
I like the message, though. I'm on board with the message. Whether the execution was good or not, I don't know.
Oh, it's just so embarrassing. And
My favorite episode was the one where he meets Albert Schweitzer.
okay.
Because I hadn't known of Schweitzer at the time, and that led me down a rabbit hole where I became like a fan of the real life Schweitzer and his sort of worldview. So I appreciate the show for that.
Oh yeah, I appreciate the educational aspects.
Yeah,
I do love the writing with Pancho Villa,
yeah.
which I think everyone likes. That's why that's referenced in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I like that.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that they had made a reference to the. That's cool. Yeah.
I like that. I like most of the World War I episodes, especially the one that has Catherine Zeta-Jones in it and Daniel Craig, which is actually both their first
roles.
First roles.
Oh, interesting.
Daniel Craig has a horrible German accent, and he and Sean Patrick Flannery get in a fist fight. It is wonderful because now we have who wins in a fight: Indiana Jones or James Bond.
Sean Patrick Flannery's career should have soared after that. I don't understand why that never happened. He was a fantastic actor, very likable. He ended up just doing like B films and stuff.
Well, yeah. The only other thing
he did Powder, which is excellent.
Boondock Saints.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
that's his other. That's like the other thing he's really known for.
So he did. He had at least 2 big films, and then sort of dropped off the radar.
Boondock Saints 2 exists.
I haven't seen it. I think I heard someone on YouTube talking about it.
Well, Matt Wilkins and I talk about it because it's so horrid. There's like the Sean Patrick Flannery Norman Reedus stuff is okay. But skip everything else. Like just fast forward through most of the movie. Just watch those scenes. It's okay.
And then pretend the rest didn't happen.
Oh, it's so bad. I'm not sure which is worse, Boondock Saints 2 or Ginger Snaps 3.
I need to see both of those, 2 and 3.
The Ginger Snaps.
Yeah, I love one.
Two's pretty good.
Okay.
I like the premise. I feel like it isn't executed as well as it could have been. It doesn't have the budget that
Ah,
that the first one did.
that's a
Um,
shame.
and then 3 is bad. The
Ooh.
2 and 3 were filmed at the same time, and 3 is a bizarre prequel period piece.
Huh.
I mean, no pun intended, because like that's like a big thing of that first movie.
Yes.
Man, Ginger, those are wild. That first movie's wild.
It is.
It's so post Columbine, but it's that weird post Columbine pre 9/11. Those weird, like, one of those weird films.
Dylan, it's a werewolf story if you've never
Mm.
seen it. It's good. It's not in my top 5, but it's still a very, very good werewolf film.
It's also a coming of age movie.
It is. It's yeah.
It's a come.
The metaphor is strong.
For the longest time, I thought it was one of the best horror coming of age movies, and then The Witch came out.
Yeah, I was just talking about The Witch. It took me 2 viewings to appreciate that film. I didn't like it the first time, but I also didn't have the subtitles on the first time, and you kind of need it.
Yeah,
You're speaking Old English. Well, maybe not Old English, but you know,
it's a colonial dialect,
right?
Which I had a debate with someone on. It was my sister. So my sister does TikTok. My sister's known for making fun of the signs that are sold at Hobby Lobby. She's gotten millions of views on TikTok from it. But she did a whole thing of, she was watching this show, and everyone had a British it was a colonial America show. Everyone had a British accent except for like George Washington. And she's like, this doesn't sound right. Like, this is weird. Why is this? And like I explained, well, it's for dumb people. It's primarily because like a general audience is like, George Washington can't have some sort of British accent. He's got to have an American accent. And it's like, well, no, it'd be some muddled in between thing. It'd be like in The Witch. I didn't even think of that. I was thinking of Gangs of New York, which is later on the timeline, where they have that weird dialect of English, which is more English than in The Witch. It's more modern English, I should say.
Okay. Yeah.
Witch.
Yeah.
Like, I should have said The Witch. I didn't think of that, because I The Witch is a great movie, but I think Lighthouse outshines it. No pun intended there either. I'm all full. The later it gets in the night, the more the puns come out. Or what was that Viking movie? The Northman?
The Northman, which wasn't inspired by Conan, incidentally.
Yes, which I loved. And I loved how horrifically violent that ending is.
And Robert Eggers has a new version of Nosferatu coming out this year, I believe, in a couple of months, which I am looking forward to. I think if anyone can do that story justice, I mean, it's Dracula, basically, but nobody's watching the original Nosferatu unless you're a film buff or you're a student of film. And then there's the Werner Herzog version from '79, which improves on it, but it's so dry. It's almost like a drama instead of a horror. Like he forgot this is supposed to be scary.
I'd say it's pretty boring.
It is. I didn't want to use that word, but it is.
It's unfortunate because I really like the makeup.
Yep.
There is a version of Dracula that came out around the same time. It's Christopher Lee, but it's not a Hammer film. And they tried to follow the book of the Bram Stoker book, and that's also horribly boring.
Huh. Why don't I know that film? I should. Not a Hammer film, but Christopher Lee's in it. Okay.
Or it could have been a Hammer film. It's not part of the Hammer timeline, if that makes
Right.
sense.
Yeah. Yeah, because those are all connected.
It's later on than like because those Hammer Draculas were in the 60s.
That's correct. Yeah.
Because I think they started with the Mummy, which was 58.
Yeah, they began in the 50s. That's right. Just
Because
as
it's the least violent of all of those. Because those movies are bizarrely, I think it's because of the color. The red is so red with the blood. It just seems more violent than it actually is. And they have the fakest bats, except for that one scene where they pour a bunch of wine on a bat. I feel bad for that creature.
Oh, they got him drunk. Well, the Hays Code ended in 1960. So, honestly, they had run the Universal, classic monsters into the ground.
Mm-hmm.
They were now parodies of themselves with Abbott and Costello.
Yeah.
Fun films though they are, it's it did kind of destroy the mythos of Dracula, the Wolfman, and Frankenstein as being potentially scary.
Yeah.
So Hammer came along with blood and with sex and with a bit more intensity and action. And that's a whole new that does a kickstarts the 60s and kind of like brings horror to the next level.
Bunch of Star Wars actors.
Oh yeah, Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee are constantly playing off each other in all kinds of.
David Prowse shows up
in Hammer and in the Amicus films as well, which are also well worth a watch. They're a blast. They're great actors. So, Lucas
were really good friends,
and they were good friends. Yeah. Lucas pulled from the best. It's a shame. It's a shame that he couldn't have. He killed Tarkin off in that first movie, so there wouldn't have been no opportunity. But it would have been cool if he could have brought them. Had them meet in some.
If Peter Cushing was alive for the Revenge of the Sith, because he'd been dead for a long time.
Yeah,
he died in the 80s, didn't he? Or was it the 90s?
I don't remember actually. I
think it was before Alec Guinness passed, which Alec Guinness passed in 2000.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably the 90s. See, had Lucas done the prequels a little earlier, he could have had them meet up for the last time.
The Tarkin makeup / CG thing they did in Revenge of the Sith. That's scarier than any horror movie.
They
could be redone.
They recast a young Mon Mothma, so I don't know why they didn't do the same with Tarkin.
She's phenomenal. I love her. I think she's brilliant.
I think she's better than the original Mon Mothma.
Yeah,
which felt like an extra that they gave lines to.
She actually said that. I read an interview where she said throughout her career, people would always see her Return of the Jedi crediting, like, "Oh, you were in Return of the Jedi," and she said, "Yeah, for about 30 seconds."
Yeah, it's like Crix Nadine. Well, Crix Nadine feels like more of an actor. It's just so stiff, weird. But I think that movie seems like they were just behind the whole time.
Yeah.
Because George Lucas directed all of the.
His marriage was disintegrating, and his marriage was disintegrating, and that.
They were gone. They were done. Their marriage fell apart. Well, I don't know. I don't think. See, Katie was a baby in Empire when they made Empire. She wasn't born yet when he did the original Star Wars. I don't even think he was married to
Yeah, because Katie was adopted. But I think both of his kids were adopted,
Well, yeah, his kids until the newest ones, but she was adopted, I think, during Empire, and then
you
while they were,
sure?
she's a little kid in Return of the Jedi in the back behind the scenes.
Is she? I didn't know that. All right, I thought.
Mm.
All right, I thought she came. I thought she came later, but okay.
I think she's a yeah, I think she's a little younger than Matt Wilkins.
All
Technically,
right. Yeah.
because
Okay.
Jet's like my age, I think. I think Jet and I are about the same age.
Okay.
I
So then he
maybe
came. He came considerably later then.
yes,
'Cause she's
because
older than I thought she was. I thought she was. I thought she was younger. But yeah.
well, I think he has two. There are two girls and Jet, and then there's the new. Well, that the new one's got to be like 5 now. The one he had with his current wife.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
He always wanted to have kids. I knew that. So,
yeah. Well, I mean,
um,
yeah,
you know,
but
but
yeah, that, yeah. Well, Temple of Doom is the product of divorce. That's why
Temple.
what they. Yeah,
Okay.
that's why it's so unpleasant. Spielberg's going through his divorce.
Uh,
Lucas is going through his, and when he goes through his divorce, he thinks of children being enslaved. It's so bizarre. I love Temple of Doom, but it's so bizarre. It's just a bizarre movie.
I do too. Um,
I love how much of an a-hole Indiana Jones is in that movie. He's so
that's a that's a
he,
film too. That film is basically like a remake of Gunga Din. Did you ever see Gunga Din?
yes, yeah, I've seen Gunga Din. Yeah,
Phenomenal.
it's
Gunga Din's actually
oh,
better than Temple of Doom.
oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's Te- and then Temple of Doom's got some problematic issues in portraying like Indians as people who
You
eat
should read
bugs.
James Caan's novelization.
Oh, really?
He gives a good reason for it.
Oh, okay.
And highly recommend all the Indiana Jones novelizations. They're all very good. But he's like, it's these people are weird. Indy's like thinking, why are they eating all this meat and stuff? These are Hindu people, and it comes together that it's the thuggy cult, and that's why he presses um, everyone at dinner.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Which isn't really present in the film, and it probably should be, all things considered.
Yeah, and then like the thing with the novelization though is sometimes when either Willie or Short Round will make a joke, it's reversed from how it is in the movie. Like their dialogue kind of becomes a little interchangeable at times,
Huh.
which I think was just ad libbing while on set.
Probably. I
There's
wonder if there are deleted scenes for that film. That one could use a bit
well,
more.
there are a bunch of deleted scenes for Last Crusade and Temple of Doom that you cannot find. There's a whole thing of it, more of Indy in Temple of Doom under mind control. There's like a whole swimming sequence in Last Crusade because Elsa Snyder was on the Olympic team, which is in both the comic book adaptation and in the novelization. There's also a whole Indy loses his pants subplot. I don't know if that made it into the movie. That's a thing in Rob McGregor. When he's fighting the guy on the tank, he loses his pants. They rip and fall off when he escapes the tank. And so he has to find some pants. It's just a goofy, weird thing that's around this book. There's also there's some goofy stuff with the knight that doesn't work, in my opinion, and I'm glad that it didn't make it into the film. Rob McGregor adds all sorts of things in. Like there's a whole thing about Indy's spirit quest, which is a thing that he ties into his books.
That's interesting.
Which I won't spoil.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
It's a little thing, but it's a continuous little thing. It's a little thing in Last Crusade, but it becomes a bigger deal in McGregor's 6 books.
If you've ever seen the Billy Jack films, which are awesome, I
I
think.
have not.
Yeah, but that's a whole major plot point is his spirit quest, and it takes place like amongst natives and all that. But those are cool films, and very influential. But speaking of deleted scenes, like Revenge of the Siths, the ones that were left, the whole beginning of the rebellion, like that should all be restored back.
Well, the
Yeah.
Revenge of the Sith, George
Speaking
Lucas
of
said
Mon
was
Mothma.
like, yeah, George Lucas said the original cut was 6 hours. There's something ridiculous like that. He had all these ideas.
Make it a 2-part film.
There's a whole sub thing where the Grievous Obi-Wan chase went through a space subway train. They're like fighting through a subway train.
That sounds cool.
Because he would an animator would come up with an idea and George Lucas would just write it on the spot and see, well, let's see what we can do with this. And they would
he went in the opposite direction than he did with Return of the Jedi, which everything was about budget. You know, like we've got to keep this to a because in Empire they had gone above budget. So
he nearly went
overcompensated. But I mean, the film is gorgeous and it's iconic and regarded by critics and fans to this day because of the extra mile that they went. Kirshner.
It's Kirshner's best film.
Kirshner should have done Return of the Jedi, but Revenge of the Sith is my other favorite, and I think those if you're telling me there's a 6-hour cut, man, do a part 1 and a part 2. I mean, at this point, what the hell? I mean, did it with Harry Potter. They stretched The Hobbit out into 3 movies.
Oh, you're gonna make me throw up everywhere.
I don't know if they actually filmed this, but I know there is an image of a storyboard where during the Mustafar fight, a giant scorpion thing comes out and attacks them, and they have to team up and fight that while they're still fighting each other.
Wow.
Oh, I know there was the infamous storyboard where Padme tried to stab Anakin, and he chokes and throws her.
That's different.
Yeah, there was a whole kind of subplot that was, there was a whole underarching thing throughout the prequels that there was an idea that Padme would be older and have a thing for Obi-Wan as well.
I remember this. Yeah,
that was the big thing in Phantom Menace, but they came back in Revenge of the Sith where Anakin thinks that Obi-Wan's sleeping with her. There's a weird
that was pulled out entirely.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? I mean, what do you guys think about the idea? Do you think that would have strengthened the films, or is it not necessary?
No, I don't think it's necessary. Although it does make it makes a scene where it just starts and Anakin and Padme are sitting in silence on a couch and it just looks awkward. That's because he brought that up and then they went silent and then he talks about the dream.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And there's a talk between Palpatine and Anakin that I think is essential with more manipulation in it. Mm-hmm. Where in the final cut of the film, you just see the two of them walking in silence, but there was more conversation before that.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's also there's this YouTube channel. He just talks about deleted scenes in Star Wars. There was a whole thing where the Royal Guards fought Mace Windu and the other Jedi. So Mace Windu and them had to fight their way in, and then Anakin was in the original cut was actually with Palpatine.
Huh.
And Palpatine steals Anakin's lightsaber and starts fighting all the Jedi because you could see it in a couple close-up shots of Palpatine and Mace Windu dueling, he's holding Anakin's lightsaber. It's the same hilt.
That's a completely reworked concept.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Well, the Royal Guards, if you remember, Return of the Jedi has a deleted scene
With Jared.
Definitely with Jared, but also with Vader. He wants entrance into Palpatine's throne room, and the Royal Guards stand in front of him, and he uses the Force to basically just, I forget if it's to choke them or push them aside.
He chokes Moff Jared.
Yeah, everybody wants to choke Moff Jared.
I feel bad for him. It's not his fault. He's just trying to do a job.
The deleted scenes do actually make you feel bad for him.
Yeah, when Palpatine orders him to blow up the Forest Moon, and he doesn't want to.
Yep. Because his fellow troops down there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I always... He just seemed like a harried man trying to do... Well, he asked the impossible. I need more men.
I would put those scenes back in, because he kind of represents the sort of the banality of evil.
Mm-hmm.
Like sort of those middlemen. They're not necessarily like overtly evil people in terms of like they don't kick puppies, and they don't, they don't harm anybody like in their personal life, but they're willing to go along with whatever their authority figure tells them to do, including blowing up the planet.
Evil.
Right.
Yeah. And it's the only time he's smug is in that deleted scene where he's like, the Emperor doesn't want you here because he doesn't like Vader.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
It just chokes him.
Like I always feel like Lucasfilm is just leaving money on the, they're just leaving money on the table by not putting these things out. Mm-hmm. Put out the original versions, put out extended editions, make everybody happy.
Put out a version where Han is talking to human Jabba.
Oh,
I would love that.
And then have him call him Moshe Benid, right? Yeah.
Yeah, or just animate because Moshe Benid's in a shot in Return of the Jedi.
That's right.
Just animate over him and make him the Moshe Benid character. And he also went by the name Jabba the Hutt.
That's right.
Like that's John Jackson Miller said that was how it went.
Agreed. We have all the great ideas.
Anyway, we should probably get off of here. We've been on 5 hours.
5 hours.
Yeah,
it was fun though. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway, thank you for being on, Joe. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. We made up for lost time, right?
Yeah,
2 podcasts worth almost.
That's right. You could probably split this one in half too.
I could. Well, I'm going to see if it uploads in one. We'll see.
Oh man. Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Have a good one, everyone.